Dobrý den, vážení účastníci,
Good
kolegové a studenti
morning,
naší
dear
vysoké
participants,
školy.
colleagues
Dovolte
and
mi, abych
students.
vás přivítala na dnešní online konferenci Unicorn University Open, která se tentokrát koná na téma Cesta od nápadu k úspěšnému podnikání. Vysílání probíhá dnes ve 2 streamech, k dispozici je český přenos a anglický se simultánním překladem. No, abych nás představila, tak mé jméno je Ivana Rikrová a je mi velkou ctí, že vás dnešní konferencí mohu provázet, a to společně se svým kolegou Davidem Hartmanem. No a protože ty už máš pár našich konferencí za sebou, Davide, tak na co ty ses dneska nejvíc těšil?
No, ono je to takové zapeklité. My už pořádáme Open několik let a ty témata jsou typicky svázaná s naší vysokou školou, která vyučuje technické obory, takže učíme programování, učíme umělou inteligenci, učíme, ale zároveň i prezentujeme na konferenci a vývoj software a podobné témata, ale vlastně nás teprve teďka napadlo, že pro
And now we've got the idea that for teachers at a university, one of the biggest source of satisfaction is when meeting a student, the person tells him, I've learned a lot of things at your university, and then I established a company and it's successful. This is our biggest reward. This is our greatest satisfaction. So we should wonder what are the ways how to get from a good idea, making a business in a garage, in not specific location, to make a successful business. This is what we can get as reward from our students. Our agenda is quite busy. We can speak about it. The first block will be opened by Mr. Vladimír Dvořák, founder and chairman of the board of directors, founder of Unicorn University, and he will tell us how to start from real scratch. Then Mr. Endler, CEO of Think Good company, who will tell us something about how to combine technologies with funding, how to build a financially successful company. Then there will be Mr. Zdeněk Jahoda, founder of MCO company, and again his personal story, how he started from scratch in a specific environment and how they gradually began to export all over the world. And then we will also listen to Mr. Martin Macík, founder of MMM Technology, about 20 years of technological development. We will start in a untraditional way the second block. It will be an interview with technology evangelist Mr. Petr Mára, and we will speak about how to kick off enterprising, how to promote a personal brand and productivity. Then Mrs. Karin Fuentesová, founder and CEO of Digi2 AI, will tell us what to take into play when you start such a business. Then we will listen to Mrs. Jana Janáčová, director of UOL Accounting, how she managed to pass from purely online accounting to brick-and-mortar branches she has today all over the place. And finally, Mr. Vratislav Kalenda and his biggest lesson in 10 years of entrepreneuring. Then we will start the last block with Mr. Pavel Hübner from Hard Warrior, and he will tell us how we change industry with help of IoT technologies. And last but not least, there will be Mrs. Tereza Vaňková, founder of React Girls, how to secure funding, building a team and maintaining growth of an NGO. I would like to warn you that during individual conferences, there will be a chance for you to raise questions. If you scan the QR code you can see on the screen right now, you will be able to raise your questions. And of course, at the end of each block, we will try to answer all questions raised. Beside questions, we would like very much you to send us your feedback. You can do that if you scan this QR code, and you can send whatever feedback comments of yours, which may serve us in trying to improve our further conferences. So that is probably almost all. No, not at all. If you like to take part in competitions, you can take part in Unicorn University Challenge competition. Throughout that activity, you may get to know something else. You can compete with your colleagues or friends. It's a demonstration of challenges we are confronted to from time to time, and it is certainly interesting. By now, let me welcome our esteemed guest, founder and owner of Unicorn University Company, founder and owner of our company and university. Good morning. How to present in 20 minutes practically 20 years or more of my professional career. I entitled it Mom, the daddies are getting home. My wife Dana, when our children were small, he wrote a fairy tale. It was half were, and these are typical sounds for dogs. I was born on January the 2nd, 1962, and by November 2024, I have 5 grandchildren, 4 children, 1 woman, 1 dog, 12 horses, 41 cows, 22 sheep, plus unicorn, and 2,381 co-workers. One of the items are to be maintain how they are, while the others should get increased. You can read more information on my personal website. Between 1973 and 1976, I attended the experimental swimming primary school in Prague, Podolí. I finished just 4 classes, and since we were the first experimental swimming school, I left the school by 8 classes, and since I was not the most obedient pupil, my father got the idea that children should always be busy at 100%. So I began to sweat a lot by his instructions, and indeed my behavior at school improved. Then I went to secondary school in Užičany. Then I studied at Faculty of Nuclear and Physical Engineering, and my specialization was mathematics engineering. My son is studying at the same faculty now, while now I continued then at University Hradec Králové, Faculty of Informatics and Management, how to manage companies with help of different technologies. I began my career at the College of Economics when a new computer, EC1045, that was a Russian copy of the American IBM 380, and what was typical for this Russian version was that out of 8 hours of working time, there was a downtime of 7 hours and a half. That was a big lesson for my professional life. I understand now running of computers down to all their bytes, and I think it's quite a useful knowledge. In 1987, after having served in the army, I was hired by Koospol, that was foreign trade enterprise that held a monopoly for export and import of foods, and we were exporting sperma of bulls and imported fruit and vegetables, and our saldo was positive. Our Czech and Slovak bulls produce more sperma than the quantity of bananas and oranges eaten by Czech and Slovak population. So I was in the team of this computer specialization. In fact, I was the only one there, but then there was a colleague of mine hired as well, so I began to lead a team. After the revolution in 1990, I established Unicorn, and I was one of very few who were able to understand Unicorn principles, and I kept offering my explanation of the idea to everyone. And then at a certain moment I said, I need a company. You know, I wouldn't like to establish a company, Vladimir Kovar. I would need a company entitled with some name of an entity, and I put a 500 banknote on the table, and he said, there is Unicorn, there is this entity you can value, so that's the name, Unicorn. In 1991, I began starting for the Austrian branch of Siemens, ORF in Vienna, and we worked on a project how to manage the Austrian radio. It was at workstation's Sun. There were 4 megabytes of memory. The machine had 16 megabytes of memory, and some German colleagues from Siemens offered a database that could run on it, and it had 12 megabytes of memory, so I couldn't have written into anything. And with my colleague, friend, Petr Moromovic, we wrote a program. I went back to Vienna. I showed the program. I was invited to a big meeting. I explained the idea, the project, and we used to use rather silly names for our projects. So we had a name of Pizza 1 program, Pizza 2 program, Pizza 3 project. And a lady came to me once I explained the idea, and she said, it was wonderful, but it's not named in a proper way, because I'm not the only one here with Czech grandma. Mr. Finch also invited to me then, and he told me, how many friends? You, how many? And I said, I have 8 friends of mine who share the same knowledge. I brought them all to Siemens. I got 350 shillings per hour of their work, and Mr. Schilling told me, from now on till September 1992, when the software has to be finished, for every hour you will be paid by 100 shillings more. A shilling, it was 2.5 Czech crowns. The average salary in this country were about 3,000. So I went to the bank, Erste, and I immediately opened a bank account there. We opened a branch near Vienna, and once when I went home from the train, since there were different ladies that were taking care of us, especially in the evenings, I mean preparing dinner and so forth, there used to be a slogan we repeated, Mom, and that this lady was meant, the daddies are coming home. In 1992, signature patterns, a new stage in Czech Saving Company. In Czech Saving Company, twice a year, there were long queues because salaries had to be paid out, and it was very lengthy, very difficult. It was time-consuming, and the lady working there, she took your application, she asked you to sign your application, she compared your real signature with some pattern she had in her stock, and if it was okay, your application was processed. And so that was the way how officials at the banks worked. I mean, they had some permanent signature pattern and compare it every single time with the current a current signature. And it took us, I don't know, something as 2 minutes, and it was very lengthy. And if there was a long queue of people, there was no chance for you to make it speedy. At that time, I was a lecturer in data modeling for the Czech saving company, saving bank, and Mr. Vadaš, head of department, said, "Would you like to become a millionaire?" I said, "Well, what do you mean? If a person from a bank tells you that, it can be interesting." And he told me, "We need you to bring a solution to signature pattern problem." And with my colleague, we established a software process. We took into account all possible ways how to treat at counter desks.
I kind of acted it out. Pavel was a client of the branch. I took a lady who acted as the employee, and it all worked very well, and we signed a contract for several billion Czech crowns, and Česká spořitelna is our major client. Until 1990, I needed to create a structure for the other 10 years. So I divided the competences. I asked my staff, would you like to be company managers or division managers? And one of them said, well, a division manager, that's good, but a company manager, that would be even better. So we started building our business. We founded a business which actually employed people because we needed to work with human resources. And we founded Vic Plus, which is currently called Plus for You. And during this operation, I still had Unicorn Group as a name available. So I thought, well, I'm going to make a band. So I addressed some people from the music school, and we still have a band together, although we don't play all the time together. In 2000, there was another milestone. We always wanted to make our own software, and I do believe that it is and it was better than what was available in the market. And then a new technology showed up. I went through it, and in 2000, we started to use the RUP, the Rational Unified Process. It's a great thing, even today, but there's one feature. I mean, it's a methodology which puts things in place, but it is not directly supported by any information system. So my idea was, why should we develop only software by a methodology? And so let's use it. And the methodology is good for nothing if it's not connected with the system. And that's how we created Unicorn Universe, which is currently run under Plus for You, and also the system for which I got my PhD in 2000. In 2002, we achieved a major success in something that we didn't expect. In the Czech Republic, the electricity market got deregulated, and they needed a market operator. There was a huge tendering procedure going on. We didn't have a chance to succeed, but they needed a substitute temporary solution, which is currently one of the most successful software solutions in the world. There are probably maybe 2 other companies which can say they are our competitors. So 80% of the high voltage technology is calculated thanks to this substitute solution we made in 2002. In 2007, I established the Unicorn University, which is good because today I can finally appear in nice conferences. In 2009, I was awarded the title of the Businessman of the Year 2008. I mean, not that it's so important, but it simply made me happy. Then I got acquainted with became familiar with the rules. I even sat on the juries, and it's a nice thing. In 2015, I decided I needed to go back to what I love doing, and that's software. That's why at Christmas 2014, I sat down with a laptop on my knees. I was watching TV, and my wife asked me, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Well, I'm working on a new architecture." I put together all the different ideas I had, and I said, well, our architecture is going to meet all the requirements. And this is how I created Unicorn Mobile First to T-Ready Cloud architecture, which is currently connected to AI. But we generally call it the architecture, and we say to our clients that it's the unicorn architecture. Another milestone in my professional life was to organize a concert for 2,500 people. There was a warm-up band, a Czech band called Chinaski, and then we appeared on stage. And what was really nice was that there was Michal Pavlíček, the best guitar player in the Czech Republic, and he played a solo for one of my songs. These are the results for the past 20 years. And if you put it all together in 2024, Plus for You and Unicorn generated about 7.5 billion, which is not bad. But still, I believe we are still at the beginning. What should you remember? Unicorn approach is a principal approach to business and business making, in which you take your portfolio products and services, you take into account the preferred division of work, the preferred technologies and estimated risks. You come up with an organization structure, you describe a working process, and you bring it all to life. Your business eventually becomes very successful and fulfills the role for which it was created. I consider a business successful if it brings added value to customers thanks to its products and services. It has happy and motivated collaborators. It is good for the society and it prospers. Currently, I still adhere to my basic hypothesis, which is that I believe that in many cases you can achieve a competitive advantage thanks to a more detailed and precise management than what's usual in the market. I've also come to the conclusion that more detailed and precise solutions than what's usual in the market can not be achieved without the necessary methodology and its direct support using a corresponding information system. That's why I develop new concepts. I work on hundreds of these concepts, and we turn these concepts into Plus for You and Unicorn products. Of course, I have many collaborators, and I must admit that it's something that I really love. Let me highlight one of my projects. At the moment, we've started out with a project which is called You Assistant. It is a key project which incorporates AI in your business and private life. My role is a stakeholder, a software business architect, and of course, anything that's needed. It's not bad to be Vladimir Kováč. Here you can see a few pictures from my past and present. Last week, I was landing in Strakovice, and right after I landed, the weather became really foggy, so I didn't really breach any rules. I've also published 3 cartoon books which have appeared on unicorn.com/comics. It's 157 stories, including my opinions and key ideas about life, my views of unicorn, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. I'm very happy to be here today and share with you my ideas. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. And let me ask the first question, which came from Martin in the online discussion. What are the key principles to lead the young generation? And how do you approach the finding of new potential and good ideas? Well, these are complicated questions. Well, first of all, I love working with people and young people in particular. In fact, there was a period around 1994-95 when I realized that I couldn't actually employ anybody who was older than me in my business. At that time, I was quite young, so I had a different opinion. Today, I wouldn't say the same thing, but I thought that we need to work with young people because they are fast learners. And in my business, there was a huge resistance. My colleagues said, look, those students don't know how to do things, but it was not true. They actually were much better than the older colleagues. Another thing of working with young people is simple economics. They come and for the first 2 years, they work for 50% of the salary of the older ones. And if you can take advantage of that, you can really, reach a competitive advantage. I'm not trying to say that we want to rob them, but they are simply cheaper. So if you look at the market, the first 2 years in a professional career of a person mean that they'll get to a double of their salary. After that, they have many, they have a lot of experience, but of course they acquire a lot of bad patterns. So it may be hard to convince these people to do things in a different way. Okay, there is the other part of the question. Based on your presentation, it may seem that you've achieved everything. So what's the future of Unicorn in 10 or 15 years? Oh no, definitely not. Not everything. If you divide it by euros, it's nothing. So I think that everything's still ahead of us, and I'm very happy to have such nice colleagues around myself, the people on the management, the little kids that are so great. So I think that Unicorn and +4, that's still ahead of us. So the glory is still ahead of us, and that's great. And how can I tell a talent or an opportunity? Well, that's hard to say. You need to try. Okay, I'll try to paraphrase one of the questions which popped up. The person is asking about the flat organization structure. So what's your opinion when you don't talk about hierarchy? Well, that's really easy. If you take one of the cartons I wrote, if there's this question of moving on from one level of management to the other, you probably know the game when you whisper into the ear of your neighbor and he whispers the same thing into the ear of the other neighbor or his neighbor or her neighbor, and eventually the message goes round in a circle and you never know what will appear in the end. So that really doesn't work well if you pass on the message like that. So I think that the organization structure shouldn't be too complicated. I think there shouldn't be more than 7 levels, not 10. So if there is a management and there is a decision-making process and they consult the people downstream, and if you start calculating like 0.8 to the power of 6, well, at that point you think, well, it's not worth discussing. So in many businesses, in good faith, people work on what they believe is good, and the business achieves, let's say, 60% of its potential performance. And if you manage it a little bit, you won't get 100%, but you can get maybe 70, 80, or 90% out of that.
Then you get enormous competitive advantage. So manage in ways that are not come to the market, use methodology, and use a good technological system as support. What would you say to be the most important when you start entrepreneurship and you have your employees? It's self-confidence. You must have a vision, you must have people, you must have a system. You must have faith, not in God, although it's not excluding each other, but faith in what you are doing. And also you have to act. To be sitting in an armchair and say to yourself, I believe I will get rich, it will not bring you the effect. On the other hand, if you keep doing something, you act without creating this strong idea and self-confidence that this is a good thing you are doing, you are working on. If you do not manage to find right people around you, it will work not either. So you have to strike the right balance between the rational and irrational elements. I don't know why, but it's my firm conviction. One more question. What was the biggest obstacle for you? And what was the biggest source of motivation on your side? Answer is rather easy. For me, the biggest trouble, the biggest problem is the very recent one that happened to me. While the others get into background, of course, they give me some lessons to learn, but they are not bothering me anymore. And it's the same with Joyce. My wife used to be rather unhappy. She couldn't understand why I was not able to be joyful over a given thing. And she said, it was such a success, why aren't you happy? And I said, well, it was yesterday. Well, and what? And I got the award of Entrepreneur of the Year. Well, okay. And you won the tender for Saudi Arabia. Okay, okay. But that was yesterday. For every Christmas party, I go with all the others will boast themselves that the company was just excellent, while me, I'm rather anxious in my inside, saying, next year we must be better than this year. It's rather unfortunate kind of temperament, but it's motivating. It is definitely motivating. We could continue discussing further and further. There are also many questions addressed to you, but we are pressed by time lag. So thank you for opening the conference. I thank you. Good luck to everyone, to participants in the conference, to listeners, and I've been very happy to be with you here. Let's pass over. This time we will focus on the world of finance, of funding, how to use technologies in this world. Usually, we bring lectures that are mainly related with or to technologies because we are such a type of university. But of course, funding, it's an integral part of business running. If you want to have your own business that would be focused financially, if you want to use new technologies, digitization, so that the whole operation is easy, so that's the right lecture for you. I would like to welcome here Mr. Vít Endler, CEO of FinGood, who will tell us how to start. Thank you very much for the invitation. I hope my lecture will be interesting by at least half of interest that was raised by my predecessor. Let's begin, because yes, indeed, time allotted to each of us is rather limited. So let me tell you how to build up a fintech startup and how on a crowdfunding platform for entrepreneurs and small investors we can run the business. The first part will be rather general. It can be applied to any kind of startup, because it's necessary for its working properly. My presentation, I'm Vít Endler. I'm co-owner and CEO of FinGood. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm an investor. I also am involved in other technology companies and startups. The company Auglio, that is a startup dealing with extended reality for retail and e-commerce business. Then another company that is rather small for the time being, we try to reach that the reading books gets into the youngest generation. It is an effort to digitize books for students and pupils of primary and secondary schools, and these are so-called obligatory authors. But since we think that our youth will not read paper books anymore, which is a pity, of course, but there are different ways how to approach it, and this is this electronic reading. FinGood is a company that can be characterized as fintech startup, which in the regulated environment has its challenges. If you imagine our operations, you will believe me that there is no way how to bypass, how to avoid regulations. So we can advise how to deal with it and how to also reach a scalability of your company. What was our reason to establish this startup? Most of technology companies are established when there is some unsatisfied need. If you find out that you need something that is not available in the market, it's good to establish your own company providing the service or this product. If you have such a spirit, if you are this longing for having a startup and a talent for it. So if small investors, for instance, want to invest but not on a stock exchange, do not want to combine different assets such as properties, shares, and other things. So we combine entrepreneurs and investors. We mainly refer to small and middle-sized enterprises that have rather limited access to funding through banks. Banks, although in their publicities support SMEs, still they do not want to support them financially because there is a high risk level. So crowdfunding replaces bank, and through investors combines these two words. I put a platform in the middle because the platform is a place where money and ideas are getting together. Both parties will benefit from it. The companies want to have low costs, and the investor wants to have a low risk. So at the end of the day, if those two parties get together, they are in a game of win-win. Before I describe you how to run the business, I would like to tell you very shortly what's the principle of the platform. This is an easy chart that shows you that on one hand you have a company that applies for a loan. FinGood, as the platform, makes data analysis and financial analysis. We use AI more and more, so that AI helps us to read and interpret financial statements through an interactive form in which applicant enters the data. We immediately run an analysis with all details included. We try to enlarge inputs because let alone financial figures, cannot tell you so much about the startup. But we like e-commerce or data-rich businesses, such as restaurants. I do not mean so much our local restaurant where mainly cash is used for paying. I mean especially restaurants that using payment softwares, which show you clearly how many drinks were sold, how much money was cashed, and this gives you a rather specific or detailed picture how the business is running. Based on that, we prepare an offer to the company and to the investor with parameters of the loan and setting up the loan. There is this regulation. A crowdfunding is a licensed business by the auspices of the Czech National Bank, and I will tell you later why it's still meaningful to build such a business, even despite this regulation. There are also legal aspects such as protecting investor, the specific requirements on documentation, and these have to be met as well. So this is how the business goes. Investors get revenues from their investments. Before we start speaking about how to build up a fintech, you can find on the web platform different ideas. There is a front end and back end. You can find out in what place you are now in the queue. You can see how many active investments you have, how much money was already repaid to you, what is the money that hasn't been paid yet. So this is the web platform. Also, mobile application. This is for investors on the go, so that you do not miss any possible investments. And finally, application for entrepreneurs who can see everything, the status quo of their business, management of their financial figures. And this is definitely for entrepreneurs who are looking for funding, so that not only investors have all scoring and financial data, but also that entrepreneurs are well attainable for communication. How to build not only a fintech startup, basic principles. I started with a picture. I will get back to it several times. If you want to set up any startup, whether it's a fintech or other kind of, or you want to be the owner of a company, you must be this Swiss knife. It's a perfect device if you have scissors, if you have saw, if you have knife, if you have whatever in it, it's perfect. But if you want to cut a big log of wood, this will not help you. So you must be able of managing some things by yourself, but not into the deepest detail. For those details, you must hire experts. In general, what I think is that some ideas tend to be overestimated. I keep speaking with possible startups founders, and I often hear their ideas, and it seems to me that they overestimate their ideas. So this is, this hasn't been my own idea. This hasn't been my own principle I started the company with. So under construction of your company, you will change your principles 100 times, and your initial idea as well, and still it may be successful. My friends from Canada, they wanted to sell snowboards. They had a shop in Canada, a brick-and-mortar shop. They wanted to pass online, and they found out that there was no solution for them. So they established their own e-commerce shop, Shopee line. So the original idea was to sell snowboards, and today they have a totally different company. So don't wait forever for a brilliant idea. without doing anything. So you may miss the time, and you may find out later on that somebody else implemented your idea instead of you. So it is necessary to analyze the situation in the market and to find gaps. I mean, what is missing in the market. I originally thought that transport of people had been a solved issue, because you may phone the platform and you can get the transport. Today we use Uber or other platforms because they advance better. The user experience is better and it's faster. So often the technology may be applied into an existing service, and you can build a worldwide successful company.
Today, I meet quite a few people who are 40 years old. They spend their career in corporations. They worked their way up the corporations, and today they want to build their own business, but they come with habits which are usual in corporations. So they hire a PR agency and things like that. But when you start, try to do as much as you can by yourself. Today, there are many companies in the market that are able to scan out the market and help you understand the business which you want to enter. So don't try to use the money you earn first to do things which are not as important. This is closely connected with the effectiveness of the financial management. You reach a first venture capital investment, you get $1 million or $2 million, which is a lot of money. And many businesses end here because they start to hire expensive people, expensive offices and cars, and the effectiveness of the financial management is lost. And although $1 million seem a lot, you can spend them very fast. So if you want to continue developing, even at the moment when you get in external capital, try to preserve this effective financial management. Many business people actually underestimate financial management. But let me get back to that Swiss knife. You need to have the financial management under control and work and act as a businessman. Then the team. That's really important, because either you have some founders, your friends you started out with, or you hire people. What you need to realize is that when you have a startup growing really fast, the people who started out with you will get lost on the way. This is my experience. I created my first startup in Poland. I created a branch of mall, and when we had 150 employees, there were only 2 or 3 of the founding members left in the company. Some people simply cannot keep up with the pace, and you need to count with that, and you shouldn't be afraid of changes if you want to continue growing. Because if you want to preserve those who were with you in the beginning because you like them or whatever, you usually get much slower. It doesn't mean that you need to fire them without any, remorse. You definitely need to be grateful, but you need to realize changes are necessary. I also mentioned the different stages. The first stage, that's the startup. You grow really fast, you're the founder, you know everything, you know all the people you meet in the hall. There are still dozens of people who can still work in the startup mode. Then there is a scale-up stage when you need to introduce processes because you're not able to deal with everything as a founder and you're not able to manage everything. So you need managers. And the last stage is the corporation. These are very robust structure, international management, and my idea is that startup and scale-up stages, those are conquering stages. You try to compete against the corporations which are slow, grow slowly, and have many management levels. That's the reason why they grow so slowly. So try to stay in these first two stages as long as possible and to only get to the last stage as late as possible. And then there is another thing I'd like to highlight. The question is when you should start hiring really experienced managers. My experience is that you should try to keep away these big managers from big corporations as far away from your company as you can, because these people have habits. They would like to work in a startup. They want to have this business spirit, but they simply don't have it because after 20 years of work for a corporation, they simply don't have it anymore. There are people who worked for very interesting big startups who have this sort of experience, so that's the people you need. Growth funding, that's important too. It usually starts by you as the founder investing your own money. Then you have FFF funding, which stands for Friends, Family and Foolish People. And then there is the first angel investor and equity, and then there are venture capital rounds. And you need to realize that you as the founder need to spend a lot of time fundraising, and it's actually a full-time job. You need to address tens and hundreds of people. You'll make hundreds of presentations by the time you actually reach another fundraising round. It's really demanding as a job, and you need to count on that. So that's general information about building a startup, not just a fintech startup. Here you can see the logo, the Czech National Bank in the Czech Republic. If you need to do crowdfunding, you need a European license, but the national license is issued by the National Bank, which is the Czech National Bank in the Czech Republic. Without that, you cannot actually do any crowdfunding in Europe. We spent about 9 or 10 months preparing for this, and then we were really nervous whether we would or would not get the license. Here I really recommend hiring experts. We had a really good law office that helped us a lot. You need to create guidelines, hundreds of pages that you present to the CNB, and they approve it or not. And that's what you need as part of the licensing process. On the other hand, as founders, try to understand the problematic and talk to the lawyers. It's bad to say, this is up to lawyers, it's a legal issue. These people work for you, and you need to tell them what they are supposed to do. And they should do it the way you want it. So you definitely need to understand the stuff. You shouldn't just leave it up to lawyers. In terms of the license for crowdfunding, it is demanding, but it's not like a bank. If you follow us, you might have noticed the work of the Partners Bank and the things they needed to do to get a license. Here for crowdfunding is not as bad. The CNB will tell you the rules and the playground where you can play. For example, Revolt, that's the biggest bank in Europe in terms of the accounts, and they do it in a different way than standard banks. So even though you're licensed, you can still disrupt the market. Now, officials, that's an issue in itself. But if you're well prepared and use the right arguments, you can actually lead a discussion with them. But you need to get ready for that. Now, Technology. Let me just tell you that I'm not a programmer or a developer, so I asked my colleagues to actually make these 2 slides. I don't want to go into detail about the technologies we currently use. I'd rather talk about the approach and the way we use the technology. So you can start out by hiring a technology or leasing a technology, but there are risks involved. We did realize that we couldn't avoid development, but we always developed the technology in a way allowing us to migrate the technology to a different platform. Today we use cloud technology, but we are able to transfer this to Amazon or other platforms. So we don't want to have a vendor lock, and we want to be able to move on to a better offer if there's a change in the market. There is a basic platform which we use, and the different microservices are incorporated. We try to be flexible. Our CTO says that it's not important which language you use to do the programs. We use Java or other things for front-end React and apps. But we are able to combine the things together. So we don't select developing people based on the language they use, but rather based on the things they can do. This complicated diagram simply shows our planning. All the things we think about and we develop in the business need to be transformed into the technology, and we create a technological part. So you always have a waterfall, then we have the agile management system. When I worked for Mall, we moved over to the agile system, and let me tell you, it was awful. There were ceremonies, performances, and everything slowed down. So now we use what we call for 2-week sprints. There always needs to be a business prioritization, and it all needs to fit in the system. Then there is a stage of testing, and then the release stage. And this goes on and on. But sometimes it turns out that what we have is not what we want. So we try to bring in improvements. We monitor stuff, get feedback from the market, from our business people, and we plan again, and the whole round is launched again. So it's a constant loop of development. This is our ultimate goal, and I'm using this slide to show you our ultimate goal. That's where we want to get. This is what you need to get into your business, and that's the goal of all your activities. Today, if a businessman will go to a bank to get money, let's say it's a small company with a turnover of 100 million, and that'll take months to get money. We're able to do that within weeks. But our goal is not days or weeks, but minutes. And there are technologies today which allow us to do that. So if a businessman goes to his office by car, he won't even use interactive forms. He'll talk to our assistant, and in the background, there will be the scoring of the company. Today, you have electronic financial statements, so you can upload them, and within 5 minutes, we should be able to say whether that person is ready for funding, how much money we can get, what the parameters of the loan will be. We can conduct the analysis and simply approve the loan. So that's our ultimate goal. We also want to make apps in so well that no physical contact is needed and there is just self-care. And that's the goal of most of the apps in the market. I'm not talking about banks here, but about big fintech companies. So that's the ultimate goal we have, and we want to teach everybody in the company that that's where we are going. And I know it'll take time, but that's the goal we have. Thank you very much for your attention. I think I've been a bit too long, but if you want to try out FinGood, go use the QR code. If you put in Unicorn 500, we'll put 500 to your investor account. You need to invest 5,000. There is this kind of leverage, but you can try doing that. Thank you very much. I think it really doesn't matter. You were a little bit longer than expected. There are some questions. Let me ask some. The first question. The person is asking about the biggest risks and involved in building a fintech company. And also, how do you keep your customers? Well, I think the biggest risks is between the transfer of startup to scale up.
And it's not only a problem of a fintech startup. The issue is that you have to bring in some managerial experienced people, and this may be a problem. Many startups, and when I put it into financial dimension, in Series A1, when they spend the initial investment and they haven't managed to be successful. So when the company gets transformed, this is the most risky period for it. You must add some more investment so that the company can run without the fundraiser, without the investment. And also, if you are not ready to manage your investments effectively, many startups end within 2 years, and many other startups end within 5 years. Relation with customers, how to maintain it. You must provide a good service, or rather an excellent service. If you do that, you maintain your customers. And what paid back to me, whether it was FinCommerce or in this company, what was always well-paying was to be transparent, not hiding anything. Entrepreneur, it's not a situation, everything is in green, everything is in sunlight, and unicorns freely run there and back. No, it's also about situations when the entrepreneur gets into troubles. There is a loan unpaid, and there are extortion activities against the entrepreneurs. So there are rules that must be obeyed, and if you fail to do that, you must be transparent about that. Crowdfunding, it's a specific discipline within entrepreneurship. How would you describe the Czech scene in this respect, and what's the competition in there? The first representative of crowdfunding was peer-to-peer. The company Zonky, people lend to people. Today it got transformed into a bank product. Zonky, original Zonky, doesn't work anymore. And then there was the company FundLift. There were small investors starting into startups, but the valuation was very little. And when we said that the lifespan for many of such startups is up to 5 years, today we have 5 company startups that got the license out of 80 that made crowdfunding before applying for the license. So today there is something between several units, several hundreds of million crowns in a year. And the companies are relatively successful if we compare it to European crowdfunding platforms. Besides several units of big crowdfunding platforms, there are rather banks funding SMEs business. The Czech company has 4 companies that can potentially be successful on the European market, and licenses entitle them to apply for it, including your license and your company. Yes, indeed. So wishing you good luck in this I'm still interested in one more thing. You explained how you grew gradually, and that leads me to my other question. How did you get capital at the beginning? Was it through your own forces, or you used some angel investor? Fingood has two shareholders. I am majority shareholder. There is a minority one. I usually say I invest my labor, my work, the others should invest their money. So that was the initial agreement, but it was for a small money invested at the beginning. We speak about several dozens of million crowns, and if you imagine here you need to pay for the license, there are several million crowns it costs. You must get a technology platform you have to continuously develop, so your cost is rather high, and that brings me back to financial management efficiency. That was very important for us, and it is still. So also having good people, stock sharing option must be there, which means that if the company is successful, these shareholders will get their reward in it, while at the beginning, before it happens, they will work for a lower salary, for lower money. You spoke about AI while processing requirements. What interests me is there's the world of investment, and can you see, where do you see the future in that involving AI? We do think about how to involve AI. Today we do it in scoring processes or in scoring evaluation processes. This is a benefit because it makes them much faster. We also use it for marketing things, also the effect of speed and high efficiency of our work. But in the future, I think it will be mainly in evaluating data. AI can do it very quickly, treating an enormous amount of data. So the only barrier is there that you have high quality data and you can have good inputs of data. So future algorithms will help us to make much more effectively and more quickly the scoring between risks and the benefits. So thanks to AI, we can shorten it extremely without any impact on risks or quality. I think quality would be even better. If I am a human being and have a bad night behind me and I may not be enthusiastic completely, I may provide a result that would have a lower quality than the result brought by AI. You said you like data-rich clients. Do they like you, those clients? It depends. In case of some of them, we find out that we will not finance them. 2/3 of applicants pass through our scoring process and get the investment. And when PSD2 or PSD3 protocols, FinTech can reach to the data that had been available only to banks. And if you use the data, you are very well able to evaluate the status, the condition of the company. And if you do that, you do not track the company only through balance sheet and the profit and loss sheet. You can see the development of profitability. You can see that there are revenues. And if companies are open to our approach, they will have themselves a better approach to their information as well. Do you own a Swiss knife? I have several of them. What I showed you, it could be compared to Elon Musk, who is a multi-talented person. So I have a multi-tool knife. I have different drillers, I have knife, I have different tools. Thank you very much for your answers and for the presentation itself. We are bound to finish by now. Thank you very much. And I thank you for the invitation. And now We will have a short break so that you recover, and we will see each other in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Ahoj, já jsem Jindra a pokud mi věnujete pár minut svého času, ukážu vám, proč je fakt dobrý nápad jít studovat na Unicorn vysokou školu. A není to jen proto, že je hned za školou tenhle nádherný park. OK, vy co tušíte, jak to kolem školy vypadá, se teď asi smějete, protože zepředu to tak růžový není. Ale můžu vám slíbit, že než dostudujete, bude to krásný i tady. Ale pojďte dovnitř, tam je to super už teď. Do školy můžete přes den přijít kdykoliv. Je tu spousta místa pro samostudium, práci na společných projektech nebo třeba i na pauzu na kafe. Tady zrovna probíhá přednáška o základech podnikání. A teď to teprve začne být zajímavý. Studovat můžete prezenčně přímo ve škole. Ahoj. A nebo online z pohodlí domova. Co z pohodlí domova? Studovat můžete třeba z parku. Nebo třeba z práce. Nebo klidně z dovolený. Ano, Petře, tam můžete studovat taky. V průběhu studia můžete jednotlivé formy měnit nebo kombinovat, takže když budete chtít třeba žít půl roku na Bali, stačí přejít na online studium a koupit letenku. Počkej, a na tohle dělat prostřih nebudeme, jo?
Stop! Dejte tam tu studentku.
Mimochodem, využít můžete taky program Work and Study. Získáte tak práci ve společnosti Unicorn a k tomu i stipendium. Skloubit práci a studium už nemůže být jednodušší.
A co všechno můžete na Unicornu vlastně studovat? V rámci bakalářských studijních programů si můžete zvolit buď softwarový vývoj nebo business management. V navazujících programech potom softwarové inženýrství nebo aplikovanou ekonomii. V rámci studií se můžete ale vzdělávat i mimo svůj obor, a to například na konferenci Unicorn University Open nebo na workshopech. A teď se leknete. A pokud chcete něco opravdu extra, můžete si udělat pilotní průkaz na vrtulník. Kromě Unicornu spolupracuje naše vysoká škola i s dalšími velkými hráči. Praxi tak můžete získat třeba v Microsoftu, CERNu, SAPu, Škodovce nebo v komerční bance. Naučíte se pracovat s JavaScriptem, Pythonem, Reactem, Figmou, Node.js, MongoDB a s umělou inteligencí. Základním stavebním kamenem studia je i moderní softwarová architektura firmy Unicorn. Studium na IT škole ale nemusí být zdaleka jenom o programování. Můžete se také naučit, jak řídit projekty, finance nebo třeba marketing. Jako vážně? A to jste věděli, že máme jedno z nejvyšších uplatnění studentů v republice? Tak co, přesvědčil jsem vás a chcete vědět, jak se přihlásit? Na Unicornu stačí podat přihlášku, následovat bude krátký online přijímací pohovor a když projdete, jste naši. Nebudeme testovat vaše znalosti. Ty vás naučíme. Zajímá nás vaše osobnost a motivace ke studiu. Tak na co ještě čekáte? Radši tu přihlášku podejte hned, ať na to nezapomenete. Tak co, Roga, dobrý, ne? Přihlášku už nám fakt podá. To snad ještě lepší, než být herec, co?
Unicorn Systems is a leading provider of enterprise IT solutions and services. We focus on delivering high added value to our customers. We assist them to prosper in the upcoming digital age. European energy companies use our standard products and the architecture to trade gas and electricity, run the markets, and operate power grids safely and efficiently. Our solutions are building a single European energy market and decreasing the carbon footprint of our economy. With the information systems that we develop, banks take care of their clients and lend and invest money. Insurance companies use our software solutions to settle claims, detect fraud, and pay commissions. Manufacturing companies use our software to manage the production of cars and machinery. Merchants use our solutions to sell their goods all over the world. In geoinformatics, our solutions are used to monitor assets, prioritize repairs, and manage field maintenance teams. Leveraging our experience in IT and knowledge of specific business domains, we build standard products that meet even the most demanding requirements of our clients and are ready for quick deployment. We implement business products and technology of our partners to deliver solutions for retail trading, foodstuff processing, or asset management. We deliver not only the IT systems, but also comprehensive IT services. We are experts in the cloud, security, IT training, and consultancy. We're able to deliver in the cloud, on-premise, or as a service in Plus for You ecosystem. Our experts and even whole teams help to integrate, develop, and operate the IT landscape of our customers. The largest and leading companies, as well as small and medium-sized enterprises, are among our customers. Unicorn Systems is a long-term provider of quality solutions and services to our customers. This fact is confirmed by references from over 400 major companies from 30 countries, and we appreciate each one of them. Our clients and users paid us over 4 billion Czech crowns for our solutions, products, and services in 2023. We're proud to serve them as their reliable IT partner and never fail their trust. Unicorn, software everywhere.
Rozhodl jsem se studovat na Unicornu z jednoho prostého důvodu, doteďka si ho pamatuju, a to bylo, když jsem hledal vysokou školu a vlastně kam budu pokračovat po 8letém Gimplu, který jsem studoval tady v Sedlčanech. A tak jsem odjel do Austrálie, tam jsem strávil rok, kde jsem studoval angličtinu a pracoval jsem. A zároveň jsem tam potkal člověka, vůbec nevím jeho jméno, vím, že to byl kluk, byl přibližně takhle vysoký, byl kudrnatý, dlouhý vlasy, Čech, který byl jediný v Austrálii a v tu dobu tenkrát Byron Bay, a ten mi řekl, že studuje nebo studoval, já si teďka úplně nepamatuju, Unicorn College, hrozně ji vychválil, já jsem si to našel na internetu, hrozně se mi to líbilo a začal jsem studovat na Unicornu. Vyučovaná látka mě usnadnila praxi hlavně v tom, že jsem vlastně praxi měl už v průběhu studia na vysoké škole a řešili jsme, jak už jsem říkal, právě všechny reální věci. Měli jsme reální workshopy, kde jsme museli řešit reální firmy. Vlastně měli jsme přednášky od lidí, kteří pracovali v reálných firmách, nebyli to jenom nějaký profesoři, jenom nějaký učitelé. Na budoucí zaměstnání si myslím, že mě škola připravila více než dobře. Mě naučila to, co jsem všechno potřeboval pro nynější zkušenosti, a to bylo teda v oblasti hlavně marketingu, v oblasti i angličtiny. Paradoxně, když jsem byl rok v Austrálii, tak jsem potřeboval ji furt používat, tam jsem si zlepšil obchodní angličtinu, zlepšil jsem si různý slovíčka a podobně. A potom, jak jsem říkal, tak to bylo i řízení lidí, zpracování, fungování v týmu a hlavně setkávání s odborníkama, z kterých jsem si bral nějaké zkušenosti a nabírání celkových zkušeností, které byly použitý právě v reálu. A když jsem třeba měl zkoušku, pamatuju si do teďka, zkoušku z marketingu, a ta realita opravdu vypadala, že to bylo z praxe. Nebylo to jako, že hele, tak nabifloval si stránku číslo 68 tady v té učebnici, no tak mi nadiktuj, co tam bylo. No a postupem času jsem založil pár e-shopů, pár firem, jsem v závodním týmu tady, kde jsme. To znamená za mnou závodní kamion, který už je asi nějakou 10. generací, který stavíme tady u nás v dílnách, a já vlastně zpracovávám úplně kompletně celý marketingový a komunikační tým. Pokud bych měl říct, proč studovat na Unicornu, tak rovnou říkám, že samozřejmě v tomhle prostředí je to těžký, že jsem závodník, jsem sponzorovaný a podobně, tak prosím vás, tady to nemá vůbec s tím nic společného. Tenhle dokument jsem se rozhodl, nebo respektive tenhle rozhovor jsem se rozhodl udělat čistě z toho důvodu, že jsem byl vysokou školou velmi spokojený a rozhodl jsem se sám a chtěl jsem to, a to bylo z několika důvodů. Jeden důvod je, že mě škola naučila to, co dneska umím, to znamená tam, kde dneska jsem, bych nebyl bez té vysoké školy, to je prostě daný, a vám všem doporučuji tuhletu volbu, pokud chcete dělat v oboru, v kterým vůbec škola nabízí. Dneska těch oborů je určitě více. Jak jsem říkal, já jsem šel směrem ekonomie a management, ale co se týče vůbec IT a vůbec potom propojení s firmou Unicornu, tak si myslím, že to je ideální volba. Ale samozřejmě rozhodnutí je na vás, furt se jedná o soukromou školu, pro mě to byla jasná volba, já jsem vám řekl proč tady v tom rozhovoru a zatím si stojím, to znamená přístup profesorů, reálný život, reální workshopy, možnost pracovat při studiu jako takovým a vůbec přístupu celé školy k vám jako k člověku, a nejste prostě jenom jeden z mnoha, jeden do počtu, a chtějí s váma komunikovat, chtějí vám víc vstříc v tom, co vy chcete.
Unicorn Publishing is a digital publishing house focused on creating accessible and engaging content for children, students, and the general public. It is dedicated to shaping the future through digital education with unique and interesting educational materials. It strives to eliminate traditional educational barriers, making learning more accessible, engaging, and effective worldwide. Our content is shared in courses, books, and video podcasts, and the materials are divided into several specialized editions, like the Unicorn Top Gun Academy Edition, Paris Hawk Edition, Unicorn University Edition, or Red Monster Edition, in which courses are designed to explain and help students understand the school curriculum in a fun, intensive manner. The whole portfolio is complemented by artificial intelligence, which helps students learn faster and more effectively. Also, we specialize in creating custom study materials for our partners and customers. Custom content creation is adapted to the unique needs of the companies and provides valuable resources to enhance the knowledge and skills of their employees or customers. Embracing the Education 4.0 concept, Unicorn Publishing assists schools in becoming more efficient, reducing costs, and adopting modern teaching methods. They actively engage with the educational community, organizing webinars and attending conferences to discuss modern education and AI with participation from over 1,000 educators. This approach solidifies their position as a leader in transforming the educational landscape, emphasizing the importance of digital innovation in learning. We are Unicorn, a major European provider of IT solutions and services for the energy industry. Our products power the single European energy market and lead us to a sustainable energy future. In more than 25 years in the energy industry, we have become the leader in the emerging field of market management systems. Later, we added products for market participants and energy traders to our portfolio. And now, we make significant contributions to the green transformation and carbon neutrality of the European energy sector. Our products and technology ensure energy balancing, security of supply, market transparency, and sustainability on the continental scale. We develop our products using modern technologies and the highest security standards. Damas, a comprehensive market management platform for transmission system and market operators. Lancelot, complex support for energy trading, including AI-powered forecasting, energy data, and risk management. Griffin, a next-gen platform for modeling, analysis, and optimization of power grids. Certegy, management of green certificates for both registries and traders to certify renewable energies. In Unicorn, we build software for a new sustainable energy system on Earth. Whichever role you play in the energy market, we have a perfect solution for you.
Na Unicorn University jsem se rozhodl studovat, jelikož mi to doporučil známý a říkal, že je to nejlepší škola, pokud se chci učit programovat webové aplikace. Studoval jsem 4 roky na Karlově univerzitě obor biochemie, ale potom jsem se rozhodl, že už to nechci dělat, tak jsem se ze dne na den rozhodl, že nechám biochemii a půjdu někam jinam. Na přijímačkách byli všichni vstřícní a milí a proto vše proběhlo bez problémů a přijali mě na školu. A tak jsem tady. Nejvíce na mě zapůsobil pan ředitel Beránek, jelikož jsme ho měli jako vyučujícího v prvním ročníku letním semestru na předmět architektura cloudových aplikací, kde jsme pracovali v týmech. Měli jsme 4členný tým, ale 2 lidi z týmu nakonec těsně před zkouškou odešli. Tudíž nám pan Beránek prodloužil zkoušku na měsíc. A dokonce se mnou právě že konzultoval jednou týdně, jak to mám tu aplikaci psát, kde dělám chyby, prostě co bych měl upravit a tak. Už jsem měl pocit, že z té školy vyletím a že to není pro mě, že programování je pro mě něco úplně vzdáleného, ale nakonec s panem Beránkem jsme tu aplikaci dotáhli do konce a zkoušku jsem dal a postoupil jsem do dalšího ročníku bez problémů. V druhém ročníku díky studijním výsledkům jsem dostal možnost práce v Unicornu a využil jsem nabídky práce pro projekt na pojišťovně VZP, kde mi dost pomohla projektově orientovaná výuka a pomohla mi hlavně v tom, že jsem se bez problémů začlenil do pracovního týmu. Věděl jsem, jak v týmu pracovat, věděl jsem, jak pracovat prostě s Gitem, s nějakýma základníma programama. Bylo by složitý získat tyto zkušenosti v práci. Nyní jsem na projektu japonské investiční firmy Toranotech, kde vyvíjíme druhou verzi aplikace pro investice. Studium na Unicorn University bych rozhodně doporučil. Přestože jsem se věnoval jinému oboru a neměl jsem žádné zkušenosti s programováním, tak na Unicorn University jsem se naučil programovat a získal jsem práci v oboru úplně bez problémů již po druhém ročníku. Takže nyní mě živí to, co mě baví, tudíž IT.
Dobrý den, vážení diváci, vítám vás zpět k našemu programu.
Hello, good morning, dear viewers and participants. Welcome back. In the first block, we spoke about technology companies. Now we will get into a different sector, different field, and we will start with the company EMCO, that is a leading company in health nutrition. And I could say that probably each of us has tasted their products, and we are very happy to have Mr. Zdeněk Jahoda here, the founder of the company. He will share with us how he began and to what point the company got to. Before I get to the point zero, let me say what had preceded. I studied foreign trade at the College of Economics. I started working in foreign trade company. I learned languages, and of course, after the revolution, I was just enthusiastic about the new situation. I wanted very much to do something. So for a couple of months, I thought about it, and in September 1990, I applied for a trade license, and by the end of October, I dismissed from the then job, and there was no way back for me. It was going for entrepreneurship. And before I start with my company, I would like to remind a sentence said by my predecessor that often ideas get to be overestimated. I can testify of that. I had my dreams, I had my expectations. Reality turned out to be very different. This is the then diary, where I used to take notes before I established the company. That was November 1990. On one side, on the right, I still thought about the name of the company, whether it would be with K or C in EMCO, and eventually I decided for C, so that I had already international expansion in my plans. And this was my drafting the application for having a license. Without it, you couldn't make foreign exportations. I got the license in December, and since January, since I was a registered company owner, I began to act. Also, on the left side, you can see economic assumptions. That was a sort of a business plan. SPIL, that was a wood saw company exporting wood to Germany. And when the director heard about my plan, he was very happy and said I would join in. I was very welcoming his idea because it would be my account that would pass the money coming from foreign customers to our account, and it was an important benefit for our cash flow. There were other possibilities. We exported some cases, some crates and pallets, and down the page we can see textile machines and expected revenues, big amounts, spare parts. However, we haven't exported any spare parts. Also, food imports, smaller amounts. That didn't work neither. That took a different turn, which was eventually a lucky one. What lesson can we take from that? It is that the idea is not the only thing you must do. You must take the first step. You take the first step because that gives you a chance to see what should be your direction, what should be the second step you will take. I said several times that being an entrepreneur, it's as walking through a wetland. You can see the opposite bank, you know your goal, but you do not know your itinerary. You take the first step on a dry piece of land in this wetland, and you must very carefully think about your second and third steps. More words about my diary. Here you can see numbers, figures, at the end of the first month of my company operations. This is surprising till today. In first month, we brought 5 Avia trucks of margarine. We sold the trousers to Bílá labuť department store. We also traded with oil. And after the first month, our commission was 59,000 crowns, which was quite a big march. You remember yourself that there are companies on the Czech market that have been running since 10 years. They have credits of 10 billions. Their economic result is still negative, but they still are optimistic about the future. You probably know what company I'm speaking about. So these figures were rather surprising then and also today to me. This is our offer 2 months later, 2 months after we were established as a company. We imported different kinds of margarine. We rented some warehouses. We had clients that were interested in taking capacities in our warehouse. We imported some yogurts from Germany. That is really surprising till today to me, how quickly this initial stage went. I think that timing is more significant than you may think for every startup, for every starting company. Today in EMCO, when we prepare a new product, it takes us a year before launching the product on the market. We must solve different issues such as development of the product, technologies, packaging, shipping, everything. Times have changed. Speed may be your major competitive advantage. You should think in this way about all that. In 1991, there was a privatization campaign. Small shops were put for sales, so I thought it would be good to buy some of them. I bid on some of them in Prague. It went to nothing, but in Ostrava I did win in a bid on a shop. I had a loan arranged in the Czech saving bank. I phoned to my wife that she should go to the bank and signed the mortgage, the credit, with the guarantee of our family house. It was my wife's father that financed the building of the house, so she signed that, and our house became a guarantee. I was not very experienced. I didn't know the difference between borrowing 15 or 18 million crowns. That was the original of a letter through which 6 months later I asked the Czech Saving Bank to postpone my credit installments, that the company went to a bankruptcy and that were in a dire financial situation. I came with this application, with this demand to the Czech Saving Company, to the lady who served there, and I made one of the biggest mistakes. I told my wife, and that doubled the problem, because I had things to settle both in the Czech Saving Bank and those with my wife, who would clean our staircase while crying over the idea that we may lose the house. Engineer Shamalová got my letter in the Czech Saving Company, and she asked me to come immediately. And she said, if I send your letter further on, your credit, your loan will be made even more expensive, and you will definitely fail and go bankrupt. So I withdrew the letter, being very thankful to her. You can see that this is the original letter, so I took it back with me, and thanks to this step I could get some more credit and I could survive. The interest rate at that time went down from original 20%. Retail business helped us to survive this tragic moment. It was really such a deep crisis that I was not far away from ending my business 1.5 years after I established it. Gradually, importing German products for muesli breakfast increased, and at a certain moment it seemed to me that I didn't like anymore these German titles, German names of the products, and also that I would like to have something of our own and compete with German products. And the director told me, okay, invent your brand and we will produce it for you. And that happened. So from Cornflakes Hane in 1994, we made our own packaging that was very much like the original packaging, so that we wouldn't lose customers. And the original logo Hane was not appropriate anymore for it, so instead of Hane, we put MCO, and that was a famous launch of the company MCO in 1994. My wife by then had been employed in MCO for 3 years already. She began to work on different packagings, and that was the moment when the history of the MCO brand started. Another milestone happened 3 years later, when already Czech companies produced for us. That was another basic change. And still, I was rather anxious how it would continue. The company Devo that produced the products for us, they had their own brand, but they produced more and more for us, who were commercially more successful. And there was a risk they may stop the manufacturing business. So I looked for some other solutions. First, I tried to buy out a share a part of the company, Damco, but they refused it, the owner refused it. And at that time, Kaufland came into the Czech Republic, and I quickly understood they were not interested in products. They could import whatever products into this country. They were interested in producers. And therefore, I decided we would produce muesli in Brno ourselves. We made it public, and a lady from the Labor Office contacted us, and I told her we would manufacture muesli in here. And she said, who would make the development? I said, you. So we chatted for a while, then I went to a shop. I bought just an ordinary gas oven with metal sheets, and I asked her to test different formulas. She did that, and step by step we bought bigger ovens, more specialized ovens, and this picture shows you the whole development. Packaging's changed. We keep working on them and looking for new ways, both in terms of packagings and products. In 2007, I bought this taller building you can see in the picture in Hrdli near Terezín. Before that, we had manufacturing facilities in Bohumín and Brno, but this location was closer to Prague, and therefore we transferred some production lines into there, and at one certain moment it was obvious we needed expansion, so we bought some more grounds and we started constructing a large producing hall for muesli with robots, with automated control of the production lines. So it went this way with the famous mountain of sheep in the back. The smaller hall is gluten-free bar production, while in the other hall you may see mainly muesli production. The cost was 28 million crowns, and it was quite a risky step for us at the time. We had some loans from the banks, but the Czech Saving Bank managed to get some subsidy for our interests, and we paid just 1% interest rate for this. In local consumption, in all chains, we have a bigger than 50% part, and we increase our sales hand in hand with the expansion of the market. Do not focus on this year result. We are interested in knowing what will be our position in 5 years, in 10 years. That's why we build these expansive production halls. This last step will probably cost more than 400 million crowns. And we will get more loans for it, and we will struggle very intensively for the biggest deal in terms of having the best developers and best banking interest rates. So again, a challenging year ahead of us. Some pictures when speaking about muesli or bars. What are the products I've been speaking about? What brings us the biggest feeling of pride is are products that do not have any addition of sugar, that otherwise is the major problem of cereal products. This is vegetable syrup containing fibers that makes for this sweetening effect, and the product lines are just perfect. This is a picture 2 years old. We have different bars today, many different types of them, and again it's mainly for export that is mostly interested in them. We produced also many products under foreign brands, also porridges, and as I've mentioned, export is our driving force. We have 850 million crowns in export for this year. It looks promising. We get further and further. Since 10 years, we've been producing and exporting bars into Walmart, which is the biggest retail chain. This year's success is we started exporting into Hofer, which is a subsidiary of Aldi, into several countries.
So now we only need to acquire new machines to fulfill all the orders. The countries in blue are where we sell under the MCO brand. The brand is supported by promotion on social networks. There are influencers whom we've hired and who actually promote our products on social networks. So that's a way forward. In Morocco, we are one of the key players in the market. We've managed to reach this position, and obviously we try to be visible in the market and on social networks so that our clients can find the products easily. Special attention is paid to the ASEAN countries. There is about 100 million citizens in these countries, and we have clients over there and the business is growing. We try to do or use many different business lines. Japan, that's a very specific market. They are fanatic about quality. By the time that they had actually made the first order, they had come to see us 3 times to actually inspect the factories. But the supplies are growing. There is a widening range of products we supply to Japan. And our biggest client actually comes from Japan. Italy, Poland, the cheap Poland, as Czech people say, where we very easily sell our products. These are also our clients. But as you've seen, there are many other countries. How do we get to these markets? Well, there are different fairs. Januka in Germany, Ciel in Paris. In addition to that, we go to the Emirates, the US, fancy food, and step by step, we manage to convince the customers to give us a chance. And I think this is the way that seems to lead to success. You need to be persistent, come up with new and better products every year. So you need to attract the attention of your customers. It's not from one day to another, but once we get a customer, we're able to convince the client that they can stay with us. They can see that the products are good, they are easy to sell. Now, this chart has been prepared by my co-workers, and it shows that within 5 years we've managed to double the turnover. So that means that the profitability is in good shape. And yet, we have the same problem as other distributors. When you get a big business, you can sell, but I mean, sometimes it's more interesting for the company to build their own brand or branch in the country. It was the case with Corning, the bar. I was the one to actually distribute their products here, but then they realized it would be more interesting for them to actually establish a brand here And as a result, I knew that was the end for me. And it was similar with other products. Again, we distributed products for Danone from France, and now they have their own branch here. Heinz, the ketchup, is leaving this year. But never mind. We increase our share of our own products, which account for 80 or 70% of our turnover. Export has limitless possibilities, so we do hope that our success will continue. Here in this picture you can see our first product, that's the one on the right, and our latest product, that's the one on the left. So Martin will need to go from 100 to 1,000. I had the task to go from 0 to 100. Thank you very much. I really like the building that was there at the origin, and eventually there would be new buildings popping up. Let me paraphrase a question from the floor. How about the change in the logistics? You keep growing, your export activities keep growing. How about the logistics? Well, crazy. In the beginning, we were in charge of the logistics ourselves. We bought some trucks and so on. But for 20 years now, we've had a shipping company. So we don't store any products. Once we produce the stuff, we move it to the warehouse, and trucks come in and ship it to the different destinations. But just for the export activities or shipping activities, there is about 100 people. They need to ship about 150 containers which go across the sea, and boxes and boxes of products. So there's a lot of work involved. Now, if you transport goods to Japan, is it just one logistic company that you have, or are there several companies involved? Well, a range of colors, I'd say. Some customers, especially from the eastern countries, will come with their own trucks because they come cheaper. Then we have logistic companies that we hire. Then we have contracts with sea transportation companies. My question is, can you mention one thing that was important to you in the beginning? You were talking about your wife crying. Is there anything else but the support of the family that actually helped you to start? Well, there's a number of things I could talk about. The previous speaker said that ideas are overestimated, that what helps you is having a company structure, having great people. I know how important that is. The previous speaker said that there is a human turnover, but I'm very happy to say that in my business, there are still people who've been around for 20 years, and I can really rely on them, and that's what encourages me. There are many friends who work in my business, and 5 years ago, that's something I haven't said yet. 5 years ago, I handed over my share in the company as well as the management to my son. So he's got the majority share, and my daughters have minor shares. Another thing, one of the listeners has raised a question about the transfer of the business. How to do that to make the transfer smooth? Well, I had been thinking about that for years. I actually had to change my decision. We got 3 kids. My older daughter worked abroad. She was in charge of distribution to retail businesses. She was successful, but she started to meet a manager who supplied goods to us from abroad. Eventually, the whole business knew that they were dating, except for me. And eventually, she got married to this manager who is Greek. She lives in Greece. I got 2 grandchildren who live in Greece. And as a result, she simply cannot manage MCO here in the Czech Republic. So eventually, it turned out that we wouldn't divide the business into 3 different stakes. It was decided that Martin would get the majority stake, and my daughters got 2 minority shares and some money to kind of compensate for the difference. Since the beginning, you said many of the things have been going on in a different way than planned originally. Yeah, I wasn't expecting the importance of the groceries, and people were asking, how did you come up with that muesli product? And to tell you the truth, I didn't really know about the existence of muesli in the beginning. We had a leading position in breakfast cereals, and then Nestlé came in. It took them 6 years to get ahead of us. And how? How did they do that? Well, they simply decreased the prices to our level, and in each box they put a CD for kids, and also they made good promotion ads everywhere. So that's something you can't plan for in the beginning, but we could see that there was still a gap in the muesli segment, because here you can play around with the quality. Cornflakes will always be cornflakes, so you can't really get a chance in these segments. The one who is number 1 is the one who sells the cheapest products. So we focus on muesli and the related products, but I would have never thought we'd do it this way. Yeah, in the presentation, you showed the, let's say, non-traditional Czech businesses. Now, talking about your export activities, Malaysia, the Philippines, and others, how did you come up with the idea of exporting to these countries? Was it a result of an interesting offer? Were you addressed by anyone, or how did it all come about? Well, I showed you that we are in different markets, and that's how we attract our clients. But we have not determined, I mean, we don't want other distributors in countries where we've settled. So we have customers from all over the world, but it is a fact that oats, for example, are not grown all over the world. So for Asians, this is a completely new product, and that's where you have the opportunity. You could see in the picture that probably the only country in Europe we don't sell to is Germany, because, I mean, every other Czech person goes to Germany, but we don't sell there. But France, Spain, and all the other countries, these are our clients. Now, how about your marketing? and changes in the traditional channels. Do you manage the marketing by yourself, or do you have someone else in Japan? No, we manage it ourselves. We have a lot of MCO marketing. Then we have other marketeers working with the imported and exported products. So they work with social networks, work in the specific markets. And we use a lot social networks, and it works well.
Marketing is being managed completely from the Czech Republic? Yes, it is. From the same office. Oh, I'm so sorry. We could we could talk more, but we are a bit compressed by time. So thank you very much for coming, for sharing with us your story, and for also sharing some tips and tricks over your career. Thank you very much to you for the invitation. It was a pleasure. The next topic will be treated by Mr. Martin Macík. He is the founder of the company Technology. He will speak about his 20-year journey of technological development that culminated in his victory in Dakar rally in 2024. Welcome.
Ale zhodnotit celý Dakar, potom co člověk dojde do cíle.
Evaluate the whole competition, Dakar Rally, after you are in the finish is very difficult. First, I can say it was a beautiful year. It was extremely demanding. We enjoyed from the very beginning. Why? Because Chenda functioned just perfectly well. The team worked perfectly well, crew from time to time. I made some mistakes breaking tires, which was in fact the only reason to leave the vehicle. We were extremely lucky, and it is exactly a guarantee for your success in Dakar if you are lucky enough. So this year it was on our side. For every case, it's not bullshit. It is the result of people who have worked on it for 20 years, people who went bold because of heavy work they dedicated to Dakar. I would like to thank all members of the team. I wouldn't like to forget anyone. You were just an excellent team. Your work was amazing. Thank you very, very much for this. Also, great thanks to my wife, who was always standing behind me. She cooked meals for me, and she prepared a meal, and she said, if you do not win this year, my love, I will make no more meals to you. And she is going to cook for me for the rest of my life. Thank you. Thanks God. The vehicle was perfectly ready. All the technical team has been working very much throughout the season, and also here in Dakar we had absolutely no problem, technical problem, for over 13 stages, rounds of the competition. I am just proud of our team and extremely, extremely happy. This is the great milestone of everyone's life involved. And it is 100% success. There are people who've been running the work, really, some of them for 20 years, so the victory goes to them. The whole rally was decided by empty quarter. It was the fifth round, 120 kilometers. We ran very quickly. We wanted to catch up for our delay we accumulated in the previous fourth round. I cannot describe it in words. You saw the footage, and our emotions, our feelings. It was so great, so deep. It was really the climax when we got to the finish. After 2 days, we haven't eaten, and we were announced that we are winners with overpassing the others by 2 hours. 2 hours victory over the others. All this, the whole success, really belongs to all involved. Technology, people, families, competitors, surroundings, they all had to bring their sacrifice. Thank you very much to technology team and to family members. They help us with social media, with coordination, with communication with media. Thanks, thanks, thanks. Ferry, what's where? I have no idea where we are since more than an hour. Obsessed with Dakar, soon in your town. What a beautiful ending. Good morning. When you watch such a video, you remember the last Dakar, our victory. For me, they are strong, strong emotions. However, towards this lecture, this conference participation, how we got to that. There is a sport part in it, and there is another part, I mean, business and technology involvement. And for us, it was similarly important for us, and that brought us victory in Dakar 2024. This is a special day today. It's just before we leave for Dakar 2025 to defend our victory. And it's not an easy role. In fact, the pressure will be even bigger. I'm very much curious to witness the end of it. But let me get to the beginning. Who am I? Who are other people around me, and why I am here? I am a Unicorn College student, as a matter of fact. When we started with Ladia studying at Unicorn University, we were rather pioneers. We may speak about them later on if there are relating to questions. But still, when we were students, I had no idea I would once stand here and give a lecture on Dakar, let alone on Dakar, because sure, there is a family enterprise. My father told me you first have to finish your university studies and then you can compete. But he took me to Dakar competition and I was a navigator. And 13 years ago, when my dad in 2022, I was 13, he decided to compete in Dakar. He took me with him to Senegal. There were, you can imagine, different impressions, including pelicans and other animals, wildlife. And he bought his first vehicle. He picked me up where we lived, and he invited me for a ride. We drove 140 kilometers per hour. At that time, 80 kilometers per hour was permitted. He also drove without a driving permit. And his first Dakar, he ended on the 12th rank, and that began the history. First, it was my father, Martin Matsik's history, and then it continued with me. We were car racing, we were technology. These were different names. Technology is the current name. So if I am to feature those 20 years, we would have to stay long here. But it all started with this specific phenomenon, Dakar. I had a special dress on me. It may remind you something. It was a historical milestone. A person named Sapik decided to compete in Sahara, in the desert. For the first time, he was not successful. He had some accident, and he was looked for 2 days lost in the desert without water, without food. Thanks God he survived. He went back to France. He was a Frenchman, and he established the competition Dakar, inviting other crazy people to try to compete and to conquer Sahara. So this is a legendary race that is well known to a large part of the world population. When describing Dakar in short, so that you have some idea, motorsport is divided into 2 categories. There are on-road competitions and off-road. Formula One for the first category, Dakar for the second one. Whatever we do in our family and our companies, we always try to be the best ones. The goal was clear. We should win Dakar throughout the history of the company. Dakar is the most difficult motor competition. It lasts 2 weeks. It means 800 kilometers per day off-road, every day traveling to Croatia. Temperature from -20 to +50. We have a permanent costume reminding skiers, and you lose 5 kilos when competing. You drink a little because you cannot leave the car. I have a mechanic next to me. There's a navigator next to me. There are 4 people in the cabin, and you know how each of you smell. So it's extremely demanding rally. My father started competing as an amateur. He had his first vehicle adapted by him. Then he began to develop his own vehicle, I mean a prototype. It was in 2008, 2009. His prototype was completely finished, made by Martin Matzig. He took it to Dakar, and in 2010 he ended in the 4th place. And at that time, because of health reasons, he decided to withdraw from the competition. And a friend of his, Vlastav Veldman, came on a visit. He wanted to compete in Dakar. He sold his company. My dad constructed a vehicle, a system, and we began to build and rent vehicles, I mean trucks. That was the only way how to finance our own participation in Dakar together with our team. That's why we were called Dakar Racing. And when I finished my studies at the Unicorn, I was able to begin racing as a racer as well. And in between, I was a navigator for 2 years in Dakar, and I was so scared that I just stepped through the metal board under my feet. And my biggest ambition was to get behind the steering wheel. And therefore, it was a whole family involved in racing. This is the business of a whole family, always. And if you want to race, you need money for it. One season costs between 1.2 to 1.5 billion euros, and this is just one rally. At the highest level, you want to get up. And we do not speak about truck development that can cost dozens or hundreds of millions up to billions, depending your choice and your objective. So we needed to get financial resources. One was to first become successful, but this is hardly feasible in less than 3 years, and still with a strong background. It's not only me who's standing here. I'm just the one who steered the vehicle, but you must have other people who will take care of your vehicle and of yourself as well. And the second thing, you must have an investor, which is not an easy thing. This is not a business you can do worldwide. And the horizons of the business bringing big returns is not very strong. So you must also build your marketing. I'm a marketing person myself. You must build your own brand, the brand of your team. You must get known so that you are perceived as somebody who can bring added value to companies who will gradually start to invest you. So in mid of this year, there was a technical breakdown. At that time, I cried over that. That was several years ago. And only the last Dakar, when we won, was the joyful one. And the journey consisted not only in our team capabilities being better, but also in our visibility getting better.
And eventually, we could sign a contract with our general partner, Big Shop, which was #1 in energy drinks. There was a huge boom. We managed to create a whole marketing campaign around the brand. And our marketing team actually consisted of more people than the official marketing team of the brand. So there was an ongoing discussion about that. But I think we managed to move the brand away or further from racing. And we reached success. We were #1 in the Czech Republic. We reached the peak, and we had a distinctive technology. So clients all over the world. Who's a client? That's someone who wants to race just because they've seen the race, the Dakar race in the past, or a real racer, someone who really wants to succeed. And that's people from the Czech Republic and the Netherlands. Russia and Belarus cannot participate today, but they were among the top players in the world. So when we had clients coming in, we didn't have anything to offer. We didn't really have trucks to give them. You need systems for that, and you need infrastructure. And at that point, we started thinking, maybe me more than my dad, who was looking forward to getting retired, and I actually spoiled his plans. So at that time, our general contract terminated. That was about 20 years ago. And we thought, well, what are we going to do? Do we still want to take part in the race? Do we still want to invest our own money, which we got from our other businesses, which we had built? So you need to be kind of a workaholic. And I thought, I have this vision. We can build great trucks. So we can do that for clients all over the world. And I kind of convinced my father. We decided that we would build the company. I'm not the actually sole founder. I'm the co-founder of MM Technology. And we started to construct trucks. I'm the one in charge of marketing, and my dad is the one who actually builds the trucks. So we are in charge of the whole construction process. So just so you understand, these trucks are completely built or manufactured in the Czech Republic. That's why you can see MM Technology at the front. So once you bring in steel from Sweden, you actually shape the steel and start assembling the different parts. Developing this truck took maybe 20 years. It cost tens and hundreds of millions of Czech crowns. And ever since, we've been building 3 trucks a year, which corresponds with the demand from the market, the available resources in terms of people and money. We got orders. Trucks are exported. And all this started about 3 years ago when we got first purchase orders. And look at the results. We've been among the winners of the Dakar race for the past 3 years. So that's the greatest promotion we can get. So that's our story. We've developed a product into which we invested a lot of money, and you decide to offer this product to your rivals. And you actually manage to, push it further into the world. But at the same time, you need to get used to the idea that you won't be the winner anymore because your truck will be available to others too. And as I said, we are getting ready for Dakar 2025, so everything is still ahead of us. And our marketing is a very strong weapon, especially for a racing team, which is able to work with brands and do the promotion. So the truck itself actually looks like a billboard. So that's our history. When I look at the different presentations, there are many people who will tell you what to do, who will come up with training. But I think the best you can do is to listen to a story and actually think about what inspires you and start working on what you want to achieve. I started out this way. I had to convince my dad, and then we actually won the race, and ever since, the whole thing has borne fruit. And even if we don't win the race ourselves, I think our truck should win in any case. So this is what we do. There are 12 such trucks all over the world. And today we actually start building trucks for future years. So that's about it, our brand and our racing success. One question from the floor, which is quite intimate. You brought up the Unicorn University. So any stories you could mention? Well, I only remember the bad ones, but you need to say that it was the first years of the university. It was a different building. I was thinking about where I should study, and today it's very similar. I completed the 8-year-old secondary school here in the Czech Republic. Then I went to Australia for a year, and I met a person, I don't even remember his name, and he said, go to Unicorn University. I love the approach, it's modern, you'll love it. And that was the only time when I heard about Unicorn. Then I applied, and when I came back to the Czech Republic, I enrolled as a student. I thought it would be very easy because it's a private school, but that was not the case. And I had a hard time getting through the first year, and I really enjoyed it. I think maybe because it was more personal. We all knew each other. I had a lot of friends with the same ambition and background, whether it was a family running a business or their willingness to learn. And also the way the studies were perceived, that actually helped me. We made trips, for example, weekend stays when we had to deal with different marketing or business assignments, and there were people coming in, experts from banks and other types of businesses, and we got feedback, I mean direct feedback, not just studying, burning the midnight oil. I remember having friends who went to other schools and they told me about how they had to study and read books and stuff and memorize stuff, but this was different. And I think that's why I liked it. I could choose things, and thanks to that, and thanks to the people I met there, I'm here. Vladimir calls me and talks to me, and it was really nice to be here. Oh, thank you very much to hear about this positive feedback. I hope all the students will like the studies here, just like you. Now, you are saying that the studies were great, but is there anything that you think you couldn't learn at school and you actually needed to experience it? Well, it was pure experience. School can give you ideas or information, but it's still kind of virtual. But no matter what they do, the life at school is not real business. And when I left school, I started my own business. And I need to add that it was my father who actually helped me. It was always him behind me. So for 3 months, I talked him into giving me 250, 100 Czech crowns to build an e-shop. And then I bumped into accounting and I realized how hard it was. And it took me some time to learn it. It's really important. And if you want to run a business, not just here in this country, but also all over the world, you simply need to understand taxes and accounting. I mean, unless you understand it yourself, you need to hire a person. So I think it's about experience and simply try. And of course, you'll fail, but the best way you can learn is use your own mistakes. I think that Dakar was or is the best workshop for extreme management. What's really interesting to me is that you actually make the truck, and that truck needs to be really reliable. It's not just a car with touch screens. It's something that actually needs to work in the desert and won't let you down. So what's the most critical part of the truck? Is it cooling? What's different from a car? It's the whole construction. So there is a development stage. So for the time of the 22 years, each year something happened, and you need to make constant improvements. Something happened, so the next year we'll take a spare part into the desert, but you won't need it, and there is something else that'll go wrong, and you need to bring another spare part, and this is how it goes on and on. So what is great about our trucks today is that they work as a whole. You don't need to have the best engine or body or whatever. The whole thing needs to work together, and eventually you have a great, reliable truck. And if you want to offer it to your clients, it needs to be reliable. And our clients ask questions. They'll tell you, what's the difference between this version and the new version? Because the truck looks identical, but it's about details, electronics, the way you control the little buttons. Because if a client comes in, they want to feel as if they sit in a race car. So maybe it's too reliable, actually, because that way we can't sell too many spare parts, but we simply want to build our brand. Maybe one more question. How about the fuel? Is there any special fuel? Or, I mean, how do you get the fuel in the truck? Well, there are rules for that. We need to the car needs to be able to go for about 350 or 400 kilometers. The engine is about 1,000 horsepower, horses, and the car is really powerful. And we get from 0 to 100 kilometers within 10 seconds. So to achieve this kind of power, it eats a lot of fuel, so about 50 liters per 100 kilometers. But race cars are over 100, and I'm talking about these small cars. So looking at the consumption, if you imagine we should use any special fuel, it's completely unrealistic. Sometimes we use additives.
The rally, being in Saudi Arabia, it gives us an advantage, and the fuel is just springing out of the ground. It must have been financially demanding, and you already mentioned during your presentation the way you funded your participation. Were there other funding possibilities for you? At the very beginning, it was the business of my father. My father, he's a printer, in fact. This is his professional initial profession, and wherever he comes, he says, I can build you a vehicle, a rally vehicle, but I'm just a printer. But this was his interest to get to know all engines and motors and everything, and he used to have many magazines in his printing facility for his leisure time, and the business, however, gave him opportunity to provide the money for the beginning, and it remained a business, an interest at that time. But then he transformed it into more and more of business, this interest of his, and then he began to rent his trucks, to build the trucks. I was only 21, I didn't have my own money, and the biggest sponsor was my father, and I wanted to support him as much as possible through marketing in order to attract sponsors or investors, and step by step the two incomes began to be balanced. Most of our funding were coming from sponsors, and as soon as we began to build up and to run trucks, we were able to bring also all money of our own. And thanks to this money and to our sponsors, if you get to such a top as Dakar Victory, if you imagine the amounts, there are millions, several millions, and if a company buys a public advertising with us, it costs it the money, and this is another source of money. Well, I still had some more questions ready for you, but time is merciless to us, so thank you very much for having come, and thank you for sharing with you your personal story. It was very inspirational. Thank you. Thank you. And we will have a break now, 10-minute break, a bit shorter than expected in order to be back into our agenda.
Unicorn University is a modern institution with an emphasis on the latest IT technologies, data analytics, AI, and business practices. Our study programs are designed to offer flexibility, encourage student self-expression, and foster personal growth. Unicorn University stands as a hub for learning modern technologies and their practical application. The university offers 2 bachelor degree programs in software development and business management, and 2 master degree programs focused on data analysis and data science. In 2023, Unicorn University reached a significant milestone, having more than 1,000 international students in accredited programs. Since 2019, students may join fully online study programs, enabling them to study anytime and anywhere. Now, it is really easy to combine studies, work, and family. Besides standard education, Unicorn University is also providing commercial education to both individuals and companies with a focus on trainings, academies, and retaining courses. This year, an expansion of the education portfolio by micro-credentials is bringing new opportunities for upskilling and reskilling of key professionals. Unicorn University provides research in AI, data analysis, and data science in cooperation with Unicorn University Research Center, CERN, and leading technology and business partners. Unicorn University does not forget about the general public. Programming courses for our youngest, called We Can Code, are organized twice a year, and the renowned Unicorn University Open Conference reached participation of over 7,000 registered attendees. At Unicorn University, we're not just shaping careers, we're empowering individuals to thrive in the rapidly evolving environment of technology and business.
Vítej na pobočce, kde se kvalitní software setkává s jedinečnou atmosférou historického srdce Brna. Právě tady se nachází jedno z míst, kde formujeme budoucnost nejen evropské energetiky.
Zaměřujeme se na významné energetické projekty, které mají zásadní dopad na lokální úrovni i daleko za hranicemi Česka a Slovenska. Naše týmy třeba monitorují podmořské kabely, které zajišťují dodávky elektrické energie mezi Evropou a Anglií. Pracují na technologiích, které využívají velcí provozovatelé přenosových soustav v Evropě a mají přitom možnost sledovat dopad svých projektů v reálném světě.
Pod palcem máme i oblast vzdělávání. Najdeme tu hlavní vývojářský tým školního informačního systému EduKit, který používá stovka škol v Česku i zahraničí. V Brně se navíc nachází i centrum Service Desku, kde zhruba 60 operátorů odbaví téměř 1000 požadavků denně.
Aby u nás měl každý šanci najít si tu správnou kariérní cestu, mají všichni spolupracovníci svého mentora, takzvaného kmotra, ale i HR specialistů. Ti jsou vždy připraveni tě nasměřovat, pokud se dostaneš do bodu, když si nejsi jistý kam dál. Díky tomuto individuálnímu přístupu je cesta k profesnímu i osobnostnímu růstu mnohem snazší. Výsledkem jsou ti správní lidé na správných místech. A co je za mě největší plus? Dostal jsem se do skvělého kolektivu, kde se cení otevřená komunikace, která každému umožňuje svobodně vyjádřit své myšlenky a nápady.
Přidej se k nám do týmu a podílej se na významných projektech světové úrovně i ty.
Lancelot, all you need for energy trading. Energy transformation is accelerating. In pursuing energy independence and carbon neutrality, Europe is bound to minimize the share of fossil energy sources and, in a longer period, to abandon them entirely. In electricity generation, the number of large fossil power plants is declining, while the share of renewable but volatile energy sources is increasing. The resulting stress in the grid makes flexibility more valuable than power itself. New market participants, like flexibility aggregators, are entering the market and more competition can be seen. More sophisticated tools are necessary as the trading periods shorten. New, close to real-time markets emerge, opening a great potential of additional incomes to those who are ready. Energy crisis changed the energy market. The importance of energy independence was revealed, and the behavior of the market players has changed. Construction of new electricity sources became crucial. Gas routes completely switched from east to west. LNG became dominant, and hydrogen is now seen as an essential energy carrier of the future. Within a single year, the market was turned upside down. We believe that the old ways of trading are just not enough. It is time to leave the old ways behind and switch to more agile, automated, and efficient energy trading solutions. And at the forefront of this new era of energy trading is Unicorn, a leader in cutting-edge IT solutions for the energy markets. Lancelot Platform delivers customizable solutions for energy traders, offering AI-driven analytics and real-time insights. Supporting anytime granularity, it's prepared for upcoming 15-minute trading intervals. As a secure, cloud-based platform, Lancelot is easily deployable for all market players. Lancelot Platform is a comprehensive suite of collaborating products that support all energy markets, commodities, power reserves, or flexibility products. But Lancelot is more than just a platform. It is a complex solution designed to meet the unique needs of energy traders. With its advanced AI-based computational engine, traders can leverage the power of machine learning and data science to make better decisions and to increase profits. With Lancelot ETRM, energy traders can manage all their trading activities from a single platform, integrating multiple data sources and automating complex workflows. This allows for faster and better decision-making and risk management in an industry that now becomes close to real time. Lancelot ETRM is a state-of-the-art software, from trade capture and portfolio management to risk analysis and compliance reporting. Lancelot ETRM has everything energy traders need to succeed. With its advanced algorithms and AI-based data analysis, Lancelot FMS Forecast Management System enables you to precisely predict energy prices, system imbalance, load and consumption forecasts, or production of renewable energy sources, empowering you to make the right trading decisions. Another product in the Lancelot family is Lancelot Hub, a cutting-edge cloud service that provides energy traders with precise data and analytics that serve as a reliable foundation for their decision-making. With its advanced algorithms, Lancelot Hub, for example, calculates precise forward curves, giving traders unparalleled insights into market trends and forecasts. Whether you are a seasoned energy trader or just starting out, Lancelot Hub is just the right service you need. Lancelot is continuously developed according to a long-term roadmap, reflecting the market and technology trends as well as the priorities of our customers. Our team of specialists continuously designs new features. Compliance with regulatory changes is a matter of course. All these requirements are put together and transformed into regular updates of the platform. Get the competitive advantage with Lancelot. Make better decisions and make more profit from the energy markets. In Unicorn, we believe that a sustainable energy system is one of the keys to make our life on Earth better. Lancelot is all you need for energy trading in sustainable energy future. Learn more at our website unicorn.com/Lancelot.
To nejzajímavější, co jsem se na Unicorn University naučila, je schopnost řešit komplexní problémy a učit se v IT oboru, protože je to trošku specifické. A zároveň Unicorn University poskytuje systém vyučování, kde máme hodně praktické výuky. To znamená, naučila jsem se řešit podobnou problematiku, tak jak bych potom řešila v praxi. Tak vlastně hned během prvních 2 semestrů jsem se naučila ty nejdůležitější hard skills, to znamená programování v Pythonu, v Rku a v SQLku spolu se základy statistiky. A potom už vlastně člověk potřebuje jenom svoji vlastní píli. A já jsem díky Unicorn University měla možnost dostat se vlastně na pozici data scientisty v Centru umělé inteligence pod O2. A to tím způsobem, že jsem jako své portfolio použila své seminární práce, které jsem měla vypracované právě ze školy. Studijní materiály považuji za jednu z největších výhod vůbec studia na Unicorn University. A to z toho důvodu, že je máme k dispozici vlastně neustále, jsou online a můžeme je používat při cestování, přesně tak to dělám já. A zároveň nám šetří čas a energii, nemusíme si nic zapisovat a můžeme tu energii
Já vás nyní vítám zpět u našeho programu.
The next block is going to start in a less traditional way. We are going to welcome 2 technological evangelists. One of them, Peter Mara, a YouTuber and influencer, and our UX evangelist is going to talk to him. And I think the two have a lot of a lot in common, many interests and other things. So up to you guys. Hi, thank you very much and welcome to all the viewers. And also welcome to Peter Mara, one of the main and permanent guests we got here. This is the fourth conference of this kind, University Open. So there are so many different things you do. I'm actually amazed. Whenever we think about a topic we'd like to talk about, there is always Peter Mara who has a lot to say on the subject. Today we are talking about startups and launching businesses, something that's really close to your heart. You've been involved in that since you were born. In fact, I have been employed for 2 weeks in my life, and ever since I knew this was or is not the way forward for me. So to begin, you are sort of an opposition to the typical idea people have of a businessman who tries to build his business. So you've come up with the idea that it's better to focus on your own productivity and the productivity of a small team. Has it been like that always? Or have you ever tried to build a big business? Well, for the whole of my life, I've been trying to build a big business, but I haven't succeeded yet. So before the crash of the bubble in the economics, I built businesses, then I started doing different things. I started to work for Apple, then I did what was called the Digit podcast in 2005 and 2006, and when it all started to work, I decided to do other things. Then I got involved in online research, which was a thing which was a bit ahead of its time again. But the feedback to my business showed me that it was more interesting for me to have freedom and a small team that allows you to focus on small things you're interested in, and you're very flexible. But if you build a business, you need to spend at least a year focusing on it. And I like being involved in diverse activities, because you may like e-cars, lectures, stuff like that. So the small team and the primary focus on yourself gives you a lot of freedom and flexibility, and move your business from one subject, one activity to another. In the beginning, I thought I would like to have a big business which I'd sell and get retired, but actually I don't like it. I prefer increasing the value of the sources I have. Okay, so it's very good to find and discover your strengths and then find your goal in business making. In the beginning, or one time, I focused on productivity and productivity training, and I had to find my strengths, and it turned out I'm definitely not a founder, because founders need to manage people. But for me, that's a weakness. I can't do that well. So my favorite size of a team is 4 or 5 people. That way, I have enough time for myself. So you need to get to know yourself and then decide what you want to do. It's not worth trying different things for 20 years. Okay, so talking about the way you operate now, can you tell us a little bit about your business? What is it, building a personal brand? Well, business relies on several pillars. One thing that I do I've been doing it for 20 years, is AI workshops, presentations. You hand over the know-how, then Instagram and YouTube and online in general. So you build or you're building a media brand. You compete against TV, computer games, and Netflix. You try to kind of steal people's attention. So, of course, there are different platforms, Instagram, YouTube, and some of the things overlap. So what you do on YouTube can be used in offline. And basically, I was concerned that if I wasn't visible online, I wouldn't be visible offline. And as I'm more of a freelancer than a business person, I wanted to focus on my presentation, to present quality brands and products, to have a story which I could cover by the brand. And today I think that you need to build a brand and grow slowly. I do the same thing over and over again. I take a subject, I come to understand it, and then I hand it over. And maybe in 5 years' time, it'll be an avatar that'll do it. I don't know. But it's constantly the same jewel that you work with, and you don't want to destroy it. I don't manage. I'm a freelancer. So I hire freelancers for several hours a week. I pick people who are in charge of their own productivity. I just want to do my own thing, and I know that I can delegate parts of the problem to other people who can solve the problem, and I can focus on my own thing. So I simply don't like the idea of having employees. I simply hire someone once a month, and I never own the people. They have their own projects, work for other people, and that's the best for me. You have a project, you hire people for that project, and then you go on. Absolute freedom. So going back to the business and to the money that you earn, what is it that earns you the money? You have, let's say, thousands or tens of thousands of viewings. Is that what earns you the money and you don't really do anything else? So from time to time you just make a video or what? Well, regarding YouTube, I'm a small producer in the context of earning money on ads. You can decide you'll be on Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. YouTube is the best because you can use long formats, and YouTube will insert ads in your content. But even if there is several hundreds of viewings a month, it's not enough. So the business is built on the fact that you create a video and you look for a partner that'll bring or insert the ad in the video, and that's how the building is built. Of course, lectures are built on one-to-one communication with the client. So if there's a conference, I'll come and speak. Okay. So many people think maybe that YouTubers will make a video and earn a lot of money. And generally, this may apply to authors, production. So there is a small group of people who are successful on YouTube, although it may seem that there are many YouTubers with a lot of money. But the truth is that there are only a few that actually earn those big money. Yes, definitely, you're right. There is, let's say, a peak where you can live on YouTube. But there are other people who are 20 years old or maybe 15, and they do the video in their bedroom, literally. And there is a difference if you do this and if you actually have a studio to produce your videos. So it's about the price and the investment. But talking about the figures, I think I'm at the peak, but there are YouTubers who are much farther, and they are able to get the money from merch, ads, and other things. So it's motivating for those who are beneath you and want to get up the hill. You've suggested some things about the productivity of your team. Productivity is something that's really closely connected with your name. So how does it work in practice? You said that you don't really do any micromanagement. You don't deal with the team in terms of its productivity. So what do you do so that you or your collaborators would be productive? Well, my productivity, that's something that, that's the things that I like. You need to be motivated. You need to focus on the given project. And to me, it's creation of content or video content and lectures. So I do the job and I take a rest. It's like a lion that chills out and then goes hunting, eats, and chills out again. So it's about focusing well on one thing and then taking a rest. So I hire people who have internal motivation. They're not motivated with money. They want to do the job, they want to be successful, and that's the easiest to me. We only agree on the reward, but I can't motivate people. I don't really know how to do that. I find motivation inside, and that's why it's so hard for me to motivate or manage a team. Because if I don't have the right people, it won't work. So it's about seeing each other once a week, knowing the goal, and do the job. And where they do it, whether it's in a studio or somewhere else, I don't really care. I need to have people who are creative and do the right thing. You need the people for brainstorming. So I don't really need to see them every day, but we need to meet once or twice a week, have lunch, and come up with ideas. AI is part of my team today. Is a smart assistant, so I combined all these things together. So what's interesting is that the productivity solution is actually not dealing with productivity at all in other people or you, because everybody should be motivated from the inside. Yes, that's the modern trend of operation. Building businesses is great. And if you're a founder and can do that, and you're enthusiastic, and you can imagine how you can scale the business up, it's great. But if you can't do that, it's better to have a network of people who can work with you. You need to communicate to them what your goal is, hire them, and that's it. And I think this approach will be more and more visible, because you'll be a business, but it'll be you, yourself. It'll be an online brand, but in fact, you'll be the brand. And it's about taking good care of the brand. So you cannot destroy it, you can't damage it. It's the most precious thing that you have, your name. You were talking about the fact that you do these sprints, you are the lion. Yeah, it's just an image, but is it a combination, or does it come in combination with creativity? If you go for productivity. You can't do that 12 hours a day. Right. I had a period, there was a period in my life when I was actually ill. So productivity is really important. If you're able to work for 4 hours a day, you need to be really productive. And then you just rest and look for ideas. But the best ideas are found when you talk to people or you're bored. You watch videos on YouTube and you say, well, why do I like this video or not? So not doing anything is the time when I get the inspiration. I look at my notes and you do something new that works. So I don't think you can operate 24 hours a day. A good, fast sprint for a limited period of time is good. I think it works with most of the people. 3-4 hours a day of productivity and then rest.
Exaggerate, you may get burned out. Yes. This targeted non-productivity seems to be a very useful tip. If you watch YouTube, you may say, I'm not productive now, but you leave space for creativity. And it is in that space of creativity that new ideas come. Yes, exactly. And in the past, I didn't understand that. I thought it was necessary to be productive. But if you do that on a long term, you just get tired and burned out. Okay. If out of everything, not only what you said, but somehow, in general, we should conclude some recommendation to people who would like to start their own business or have a good idea. What should they focus on? What are the things that determine the success or failure? And conversely, what are the things people concentrate too much on and they are not so significant? If I started today, I would probably think about how to test my idea as quickly as possible. Because you cannot set up a company if you do not test your bearing idea. So you must find out whether people would be interested in your product. So I would not concentrate so much on the company to be established, but rather on either a product or service I would want to provide. People want having everything today in 6 months, to have a lamp in 3 months, but the world doesn't go this way. And in many individuals, you can see that they are successful, and it may seem that they became successful overnight. But that's not true, because you do not know that the same person had worked on the idea, I don't know, for 10 years and changed different key ideas of his or her own. So if you are lucky enough that you do not experience any failures, you do not learn much. For me, successful entrepreneurs are those who had many failures, but still they continued and eventually they came to the success. So, of course, many people speak on social networks about their success, and you may get the idea that it was very fast, but in reality it is not the case. And also, you cannot see on social medias that the person had trained or learned a specific skill. Yes, exactly. It's not that at the age of 20 you get 1 year sabbaticals because you feel tired. No, you must work, you must act. This is what brings you experience. It's not that you just think things over and read things. No, you must do things as well. When you spoke about your team, how it is set up, I think what could be a good advice as well, if we have an idea, it doesn't mean necessarily that I must be able to draw a business plan immediately with a 5-member team in accounting or 10 IT specialists. No, I should rather concentrate on what are my skills, and based on that, I may approach other people who have different skills, and I will give them freedom so that they can work in their own rhythm and way. And this is exactly Yes, I agree completely. This is exactly what could be suitable to many people, unlike those who really do not think about what are their major skills, what are their strengths. And by the way, you can never establish a company by yourself. There is always a team of successful people behind the one who established a successful company. This is also a piece of conscience we must get. Time is getting to its end very quickly, so let's pass to questions. The first question, biohacking. How much does it impact your life? Do you have any specific habit towards technologies that help you? Well, this topic sends me back to health and productivity. If you want to be productive, you must be healthy. Because if you are not healthy, the only thing that interests you is your health, and therefore you cannot be productive. And so, Aura, measuring of sleep, you cannot do much without sleeping well. So, sleeping well, also food supplements. I read a book, thing like that, on my bio profile, including all recommendations in terms of food supplements and what to do, what not to do. So getting to balancing oneself, this is something, but this is not the basic pillar. You just must feel okay, and you must eat well and live properly. So this is not about technologies that will impose on you this way of living. It's really just to know your body, your parameters, and work on being healthy. So this is, again, trying to get your body, organism to a certain balance, to take it jokingly, not too seriously. Yes, exactly. If the program Aura tells people something that is very negative, I tell them, if I see that they are just ruined by it, I tell them, don't wear the ring. Where do you see room for Czech authors on YouTube? In areas that are not covered yet, ideally. So not in AI room. AI will be there, but if you want to grow as quickly as possible, either you do the same as everybody around you does, you can do that, you will compete with Apple, and you have a chance that for some time you may be successful until, well, this is very difficult to compete with Apple experts because they are real experts. So I always try to find a different playground, not the playground where a team already plays with a good trainer. So it may be AI, but I would not explain to AI what I want. I would rather put AI in a context where competitors do not put it yet. So you may start with Apple, but then you may have a large array of topics, and you may first have this foundation and then to grow in large. If I am good at a thing in a sector, how should I think about where I could apply my skill, my specific skill, further? I mean, not to try something new, but to transfer my skill somewhere else. Yes, sure, to make a content nobody does do. Somebody is funny and can transform things into humor. Somebody combines the contents in different ways than others. Somebody looks for something new that nobody else has seen yet. So why to do things for the 100th time if others did it 100 times already? You are known for being the one who tests different technologies, different apps. Could you give us a specific advice? What is worthwhile? What among those technologies and apps help you, and you like to test it? Always you tend to test different things, but very often you get back to the basics, because being able to function in a simple environment is more important for me than to be able to work in a more complex environment. Simple notes, reminder, calendar. These are things that are so easy to use, and they are very practical and useful because you can share, you can use them very easily. So if I am to choose two things I couldn't live without today, and I need these things, so one would be YouTube Premium. I mean subscription to YouTube. You may say, why? Why not to think about it? Because it costs just 250 crowns, and the value you get in return is enormous. So without publicity, you can follow the contents. And the other thing would be GPT. For, I don't know, 500 crowns a month, I get such a performing assistant. I couldn't find it in the market in terms of a living person. Nobody will work for me for 500 crowns. So if I am to choose among these almost free of charge applications, these two would it be? Okay, so rather than chasing the best possible app to be more productive, should I rather look at my own mindset? If I want to be productive, I may be productive with a Sminder or with a piece of paper and a pencil. Yes, exactly. No application will save you. If you buy the most expensive car and you are a bad driver, you will not become a better driver. Exactly. The same thing applies to applications. Okay, and last question, very short one. How many hours per day Peter works actively? What is the time of being the lion? In autumn, I work a lot. Perhaps 6 hours a day, which is a lot. You can imagine lectures and other activities. If it is not in the main season, rather 3 hours per day. And the rest? Well, as we spoke about it, this non-productive time, in fact, is also being productive. It's not that the Peter works just for 3 hours a day and he doesn't think or dedicate himself to the work for the rest of 24 hours. No. So if it is being totally focused, you may be that just between 3 and 6 hours per day, not more. It's not feasible. Thank you very much, Peter. Unfortunately, we do not have more time. I thank you for the invitation and for the dialogue. Thank you very much. Looking forward to the next time. Thank you. We also thank and the conversation went about how to establish a brand and how to maintain it. Now we will pass to a different sector. All of us who worked on different projects, at a certain time that was necessary to phone accountancy department to make to fill in a form, and since the activities covered 3 states, always these accounting and taxing specialities were something we had to tackle with experts. So I always had a feeling that these experts were sort of magicians and we couldn't understand their art. So this is a sector I do not understand very well, as you understood by now, and therefore I'm extremely happy that there is a department full of such magicians I can turn to. Imagine that such a situation and the activities you need to perform are all of a sudden supported by AI or by automation. So who knows, perhaps I'm not communicating anymore with a department, I may be communicating with a chatbot. And after having explained my problem, the chatbot understands and draws the best optimal solution. As I said, the whole sphere is sort of a magic sector, and therefore that's why we invited one magician to explain us how it works and how to effectively involve AI and automation. I'm extremely happy to be able to welcome Karin Fuentesová, who is founder and CEO of Digitu.ai. Hello. Thank you very much for the invitation. Hello to everyone. And I would start with the presentation. I would like to specify that if people say you do accounting, we do not do accounting. In fact, it's a process that up to now has to be quite manual, but we did involve AI. Allow me to explain how this startup was established and what had the reasons behind. My name is Karin Fuentesová. I worked for 13 years in finance, in charge of external accounting company. I had my own team, and I was rather annoyed by the fact that every time a new graduate came, a very highly educated person, 75% of his or her time was to typing invoices into the system. That gave me the idea automation would be a help. And since I had this interest in my childhood, I started to think about how to make entering invoices into the system more easy, which was inaccessible for small enterprises. I tried to find solutions, and I found out there was no one, and not even one, accessible to us. There was Capital, KR, VC, and Reflex Capital companies that invested into such companies as Rohlík, Product Board, Bushman, and Food Shop, and they were willing to help us. We won a competition for being integrated into SAP. We also cooperate with Atos and Deloitte. We are not a garage startup company. This is a survey of our major customers, Alza, Raiffeisenbank, Dennis, and other. The portfolio of our customers is very large and interesting. As I said, I was looking for the solution.
I simply came across a startup. They didn't really have any customers at that time. It was Cheese Factory, and I said, oh, that's exactly what we'd been looking for. So I consulted with them, and they offered me to hire me full-time. And within 3 months, we managed to get from the original 60% accuracy to 97% of accuracy, which is a great leap. I think that in terms of startups, you need to find ways to do things differently and not just to run the business to earn money, but to solve something and help the society. And I think that eventually the startup and the solution itself have a much greater value because you'll like it, the whole team will like it, and it'll bring added value. In addition, it's great to hear for a client that you've saved his or her time and they have more time for their kids. As I said, I wanted to make the system, Rosum, available to everybody, just like Ford, so that everybody can actually have it. You can create an account in several steps, several clicks, and even your grandma can do that. And we didn't actually agree on that with Rosum because they had just made fresh investments and they were pushed into greater figures. So they understood they wanted to focus on enterprise clients. But we were thinking, well, we want to give the little ones, and we need to connect it with the different systems. But the Rosum was really innovative compared to the other systems, so it was really hard to integrate. So we started interconnecting them. And Digi2 was created when the first client called us and said, we really like it, we'd like to pay you, and we realized we didn't really have a company. So I went to found a company, and this is how Digi2 AI was created. We wanted to interconnect systems so that an accountant could come and use the system within 3 clicks. And we succeeded or not. Well, Rossum actually terminated the contract after a year, and the whole solution was built on them. They said they changed their strategy. We actually got an investment for that, so I had to meet the team and decide what we'd do, whether we'd stop or what we'd do. And I was surprised by the team saying, well, we'll build it ourselves. I thought, well, this is maybe not realistic, but we really started, and we found out that it was realistic because the technologies had moved on quite a lot, and what we had done for 5 years, we were able to do in much shorter time. And this is how we created Digi2. It automates the whole process and works with AI. So just to give you an idea, we are an AI accounting company. AI reads the invoice and sends it to the accounting system so that you only do the management in your business and not spend hours on your invoices. So as a startup, what do you need? I think you really need strong will. A startup is a battlefield, exactly as in the case of Rossum. Things like that happen at least twice a year. I don't want to be impolite, but there's always something that goes wrong. And every day you need to deal with little things. And during the first years, you just fight to survive. I thought that no leader can be a people pleaser. I think that the young generation in particular is taught to get along with everybody. You need to get along with everyone. But I really like this quote by Steve Jobs. If you want to make everyone happy, don't be a leader, sell ice cream. So if you become a founder, a leader, you need to take tough decisions which are unpopular. And try to have no bullshit policies. So there are 3 things we adhere to in our company. So number 1, key people. Second, no bullshit policy. This is part of our corporate culture. We simply say how things are, but it's kind of hard when people go out and speak openly. But that's a way to actually build a company, because corporations create a very toxic environment, and many times there are misunderstandings. I've come across people like programmers who complained, and I said, look, I'm not your mom. Just figure out a solution and tell me when you're done. And eventually they said, well, it was just a misunderstanding and we know what to do. So your business is not your family. It simply is not. It is a business, a company which gives you money and maybe satisfaction because you do things that make sense to you. But Netflix has a book which says that your business is like a sports team, and you may decide whether you want to compete within your district, which is quite fine. You just want to have a small business, or whether you have an international team like NHL. Why is that important? Because that's how you choose your people. The bigger you want to be, the tougher and more qualified people you need to hire. And that's the most important thing. So I think you need to set your corporate culture in a way allowing people to say things openly. In my business, everybody can ask any questions. They know the accounting. Everything's open. In terms of key people, I really like a book by Kim Scott. I think it's called radical openness. She says there are two groups of people in a business. Rock stars, those are the people who need specific tasks, accounting clerks typically, and then superstars who need a challenge, who need to move forward constantly. And it's really important to them to grow within that business and find new ways. These are ADHD kind of people. So you need both rock stars and superstars and combine them, because if you only have superstars on your team, they won't actually be able to finish the things you need to finish. It's happened to us that one time we had a colleague who was really tough, and he actually confused his rude language with openness. So one colleague said, he's really rude to me. He told me I'm stupid. And you need to make clear that radical openness doesn't mean that you'll offend people or insult them. It's all based on the fact that you like the person and the business, and whatever you tell or say should serve a good purpose. This is a great thing which I say to everybody. Netflix used to sell CDs with movies, and I think they actually were a movie renting company. That's a long time ago. And they happened to lose their loans. In fact, banks refused to give them any more loans because they thought the sector was a failure. So that was the moment when Hastings said, well, I had to fire 60% of my staff within 3 weeks. So what I did was I took a table. I divided the people into must-have and nice-to-have. And all of a sudden, I threw up every day because I had to fire a certain number of people every week. And I was thinking that I actually only kept those who allowed us not to die. But all of a sudden, it turned out that we are more productive, we are able to do everything we want, and our sales and revenues had gone up dramatically. And I just didn't understand how this was possible with 40% of the people. They started to talk to HR people, and it turned out that the teams consisted of superstars and rock stars who had all been demotivated by the rest. So they didn't feel like working because they were kind of hindered by the others who were not as good. And then they said, now that we talk to the same kind of people, we can move on. So ever since, Netflix has had a rule saying that you can always, they only work with the best people. And if you only are satisfactory, you'll get a nice, satisfactory severance pay. So he says, well, our business landscape really focuses on the performance and fast communication. And I think this is a way to build a big corporation. This is how big sports teams work. If they look for a player in the NHL, they look for superstars, but also for rock stars who, participate in the game and give the right shoots to you. So if you want to build a startup, you definitely need to decide whether you're able to deal with the huge pressure you'll face every day. Running a business is really demanding. It's like a battle. Every day or week, you need to fight your little battles, which actually puts at risk your business. And if you're not able to cope with this pressure, you'll probably die during the first year. So 90% of startups die within the first 2 years. If they actually survive these 2 years, it's a good sign of survival. It's very important to promote your brand. I've read an article saying that startups shouldn't show off because it's too much. So he thought we shouldn't do that. But I don't agree with that. I think that what was good was that people wrote about us. We didn't really make any big promotion. If you have a good story, media will contact you by themselves. We got good clients and big partnerships. And that's how we started hiring better people. So try to make the team as strong as possible. Don't lie, but be everywhere, because that's how you'll get better people and opportunities and partners, because they want to be with those who are visible. That's the way it is.
It's very important to keep integrity and freedom. Without integrity, some startups and small companies may survive, but me personally, I am not in favor of it. I think that it deprives the company of a lot of things. Unfortunately, unhappy people leave, and there are no added values brought by the company. And I think that it's much better if you have a business, if you run your business with a large reach. Let me share a story I already shared at previous conferences. What is the process of finding for the problem solution? I got acquainted with one head of warehouse in Rohli company, and I asked him, well, what will you tell me about the operation? And he told me, it's extremely demanding in there, but I must say that Tomáš is just genius. How is he genius? Give me an example. And he told me, well, Tomáš now is a group and he does something else, but before, when Rohlik was at its first years, there was a young man who had problems with all pickers, I mean those who pick items into the paper bags. They have a monitor and they see their performance and time left. And there was a boss approaching Tomáš and he said, Igor will have to go. And Tomáš said, why? And the head said, look at his data, low performance, bad. And Tomáš took the tablet, looked at it and said, but a month ago he was in frozen goods and he was performing. What happened? And so they approached, Tomáš approached Igor and said, why these results are bad? And Igor said, my hands are very big and I just tear the plastic bags and paper bags when I pick goods. So it was rather funny, and they shifted the man into frozen products and it was okay. So you should always evaluate the data, but you should also understand the trends, what is behind the data, what happened, what is going on in the background. So often you must find out what's the root cause, and you may find out that the problem lays somewhere else. So look, find, look for, and solve quickly. And face problems, solve the biggest problems immediately. If you postpone them because you are not up to solve them, probably they will spoil you, they will pull you down. So always select what's the major problem and bring the solution to it in the first place. Don't be afraid of mistakes. Startup businesses, this is a continual stories of mistakes. So we do not concentrate anymore on what made a mistake. In our company, post-mortem analysis means you look at what happened, why it broke, and then IT finds the solution how to prevent similar situation in the future. So that's the point. Something went wrong, I go and look at possible solutions so that it doesn't happen again. We do not concentrate at all on human mistakes, on who is behind the mistake. This is not important. Important is to find solutions to mistake, not to oversee them. This is not good neither. So the best possible advice I ever got was from Petr Bednařík. Let people screw it up. Because often, if you become to be a problem solver, trying to solve the problem on behalf of everybody else, it's not a good way. People, when they screw something down, they have to work on the solution, and it's applicable to every single project you will be involved in, including bringing your own children. So let people screw it down and then raise the question, how we are going to solve the problem. So this is what we learn every day in this in our micromanagement, to keep decision making decentralized. When we started, we had many hate letters who wrote us that they should be paid for using our product because it was so faulty. And that was a moment I was entitled to collapse, but I rather laughed at it, and I appreciated the fact that clients were open with us. So this was exactly a moment I went into the depth of the problem. Look at the video I had prepared, but I will not run it now. Look at YouTube on it, and now we do not have any more hate letters. We rather receive love letters. People thank us because we save their time and also money, and it gives us conviction that we do save time of our clients. They are not robots, and if they are replaced by our solution, they may not do things that are routinely things, and they are intelligent enough to do more clever things. Thank you very much for the presentation that was full of information. You spoke about hiring superstars being probably ideal thing when you establish a team. Do you look for such people in the Czech market, or you look also abroad? And do you have any tip how to involve social media? You have to take a long time before you successfully hire superstars. They are usually somewhere else employed already, so it may take you months and months to attract them, to convince them to change their position. So it's very often through contacts, it's very often with different personal meetings over a cup of coffee, trying to persuade them. 150 employees, you hire them alone, by yourself, excuse me, as the founder. And it's very important that you do it by yourself, because there must be this individual approach to every single person. We do not hire superstars abroad, but I know that some other owners do that. And if you want to go global, it's probably better, but you may miss these personal meetings and this specific opportunity to trying to persuade the person. I liked very much the example you gave, the example when a person gets to a place, the work is not attractive. Let's imagine the person is active, it's performing. The person would like to work to be more performing, but it doesn't go in the team. And so the person starts to speak about that it's not okay in the team. I do not say that it happened to you. It happened to everyone, every owner and CEO. It may seem that the person is a low-performing one, but in fact, the positioning was not done properly. Okay, perfect question. For me, superstar is the person that solves the problem. I mean, setting up the barrier. Superstar doesn't doesn't concentrate on the problem has ideas how to improve it. You may have a good corporate person, which is rather rock star type. Rock stars are not bad people. They are also performing, but they must have their work position clear enough. They must have their job description clear enough. But if you have a superstar, you give the person a broken box and the person transforms it into something that is just running perfect. I used to have a perfect CEO. I brought the Vojta Aschner in, and he told me later on that during first 2 weeks he wanted to run away. But since he liked broken situations, broken items, he changed everything. He set up everything differently, and everything improved, and now we are just looking for remaining defaults to improve. So this is the difference between superstars and rock stars. Rock stars need to have their ways and tables clear. This is always a mistake of CEO. If employees complain, this is your problem, your CEO problem, and you must have ways how to improve it. I did not mean so much complaints. I rather referred to a lower performance person that perceives the tasks to be somehow strange. So the person doesn't complain, but yes, indeed, if you put a superstar into a corporate environment, the person will be rather unhappy because the processes are well established. A corporate company doesn't allow any modifications of it. There must be approval process, and usually superstars leave these fixed, rigid corporate companies. I would have other questions as well, but there is unfortunately no time left. So thank you very, very much for your lecture, and thank you for having clarified to us what we should avoid, even though we have bright ideas. And also, let me remind you that you may watch the presentation and video on Digit.ai. And now the break will continue to 1:20.
My journey with Unicorn University started very spontaneously because I had no idea what to do with my life, and I decided. I went on the internet, was surfing through the internet, and I saw advertisement of Unicorn University. I checked the website, and all the information about applications was very clear, and also study department helped me a lot. So I wasn't waiting for too long. I applied, and I never regret this decision. Here at Unicorn University, the most interesting experience it was projects, because even when we came to university, we basically knew no one, but the project and some common goal, it put us all together, and we could be friends already. We also could help each other anytime when we don't know the answer. We know we can ask our colleague, and that was the best experience. In this project, we go from the very beginning. It's starting from documentation, business requirements, business model, application model, and you go through the same structure as you will experience in a real-life project. And thanks to that, once we are graduating Unicorn University, we are ready for the real-life experience. My two very favorite teachers, if I can say that way, it's Adela Weinsteinova and Marek Biranek. Adela Weinsteinova, she was with us since the first project. And even when you feel like you cannot understand some stuff, she would explain in such a way that I think anyone can understand, and it's very important. And also she would find time, even if she is very busy, she will find some time to help us to explain us stuff. Marek Biranek suggested me to work for CERN. Everyone knows about CERN, and I believe anyone would dream to work there. Well, I was definitely one of those people. And Unicorn University, they developed a productional database for internal detector in Atlas. I was working as a front-end developer there, developing components for this productional database. It was amazing experience, and it helped me definitely to understand better how all development process work, and definitely I gained some experience. I want to thank Unicorn University for changing my life, because just 3 years ago I had no idea what to do with it. I had no idea what I want to study. Yeah, in 3 years from being a waitress in the bar, I became a software developer. And thank you so much for creating the love for what I do. It was like, study at Unicorn University, yeah, whatever I was doing, no?
Ahoj, já jsem Jindra a pokud mi věnujete pár minut svýho času, ukážu vám, proč je fakt dobrý nápad jít studovat na Unicorn vysokou školu. A není to jen proto, že je hned za školou tenhle nádherný park. OK, vy co tušíte, jak to kolem školy vypadá, se teď asi smějete, protože zepředu to tak růžový není. Ale můžu vám slíbit, že než dostudujete, bude to krásný i tady. Ale pojďte dovnitř, tam je to super už teď. Do školy můžete přes den přijít kdykoliv. Je tu spousta místa pro samostudium, práci na společných projektech nebo třeba i na pauzu na kafe. Tady zrovna probíhá přednáška o základech podnikání. A teď to teprve začne být zajímavý. Studovat můžete prezenčně přímo ve škole. Ahoj. A nebo online z pohodlí domova. Co z pohodlí domova? Studovat můžete třeba z parku. Nebo třeba z práce. Nebo klidně z dovolený. Ano, Petře, tam můžete studovat taky. V průběhu studia můžete jednotlivé formy měnit nebo kombinovat, takže když budete chtít třeba žít půl roku na Bali, stačí přejít na online studium a koupit letenku. Počkej, a na tohle dělat prostřih nebudeme, jo?
Stop! Dejte tam tu studentku.
Mimochodem, využít můžete taky program Work and Study. Získáte tak práci ve společnosti Unicorn a k tomu i stipendium. Skloubit práci a studium už nemůže být jednodušší.
A co všechno můžete na Unicornu vlastně studovat? V rámci bakalářských studijních programů si můžete zvolit buď softwarový vývoj nebo business management. V navazujících programech potom softwarové inženýrství nebo aplikovanou ekonomii. V rámci studií se můžete ale vzdělávat i mimo svůj obor, a to například na konferenci Unicorn University Open nebo na workshopech. A teď se leknete. A pokud chcete něco opravdu extra, můžete si udělat pilotní průkaz na vrtulník. Kromě Unicornu spolupracuje naše vysoká škola i s dalšími velkými hráči. Praxi tak můžete získat třeba v Microsoftu, CERNu, SAPu, Škodovce nebo v komerční bance. Naučíte se pracovat s JavaScriptem, Pythonem, Reactem, Figmou, Node.js, MongoDB a s umělou inteligencí. Základním stavebním kamenem studia je i moderní softwarová architektura firmy Unicorn. Studium na IT škole ale nemusí být zdaleka jenom o programování. Můžete se také naučit, jak řídit projekty, finance nebo třeba marketing. Jako vážně? A to jste věděli, že máme jedno z nejvyšších uplatnění studentů v republice? Tak co, přesvědčil jsem vás a chcete vědět, jak se přihlásit? Na Unicornu stačí podat přihlášku, následovat bude krátký online přijímací pohovor a když projdete, jste naši. Nebudeme testovat vaše znalosti. Ty vás naučíme. Zajímá nás vaše osobnost a motivace ke studiu. Tak na co ještě čekáte? Radši tu přihlášku podejte hned, ať na to nezapomenete. Tak co, tak dobrý, ne? Přihlášku už nám fakt podá. To je snad ještě lepší, než být herec, co?
Využití IT v energetice se dynamicky vyvíjí a my držíme krok.
Náš software pro energetiku má přesah do mnoha oblastí. Pomáhá například zabránit nákladným chybám tím, že dokáže vyhodnocovat a řídit rizika při obchodování s energiemi. Nebo třeba pomáhá předpovídat, kolik energie je pro daný trh potřeba vyrobit a kolik se jí spotřebuje.
Vyvíjíme i řešení, která umožňují sledovat, odkud elektřina pochází. Vytváříme systémy, které zajišťují stabilitu elektrické sítě a její efektivní rozvoj. Špičková řešení tvoříme pro provozovatele přenosových a distribučních soustav, obchodníky a dodavatele elektrické energie a plynu nebo provozovatele podzemních plynových zásobníků.
Dokážeme taky monitorovat podmořské kabely, které zajišťují dodávku elektrické energie mezi Evropou a Anglií.
Vytvářet software pro energetiku je zajímavá práce. IT expertů, kteří se zaměřují na energetiku, není zdaleka tolik, kolik bychom potřebovali. Nováčci i zkušení specialisté u nás proto mohou očekávat kvalitní zaškolení.
Já jsem po 8 letech projektů bankovnictví přešel na ty energetické. To bylo v roce 2012 a baví mě to doteď. Pracujeme na tom, co má přidanou hodnotu pro společnost i pro planetu. Zjednodušeně, pokud žárovka svítí, naše systémy fungují.
Baví tě IT a máš odhodlání a chuť se učit? Přidej se k nám a tvoř s námi budoucnost energetiky.
Flexigy, the key to the world of flexibility aggregation. European energy transformation is constantly accelerating. In the pursuit of energy independence and climate neutrality, the amount of electricity produced from fossil fuels is being reduced. Transportation is heading towards electrified fossil-free future too. In the electricity generation, the number of classic controllable coal and nuclear power plants is declining across the entire European grid, while the share of intermittent solar and wind resources is increasing fast. Moreover, the electrification of transportation and heating may cause even more stress in the system. To maintain the security of electricity supply, the role of electricity storage and flexibility becomes crucial. In connection with the decentralization of generation, the conditions in the grid are getting more and more volatile. The way production and consumption are controlled is changing. Everything is happening faster, in shorter time intervals, or even in real time. Data and communication become equally important as energy itself. New markets are emerging, and one of the most sought-after commodities is flexibility, the ability to adjust production or consumption on demand. Flexibility is becoming relevant both on the industrial scale and at the household level. Flexibility aggregators and providers are the new market players, acting as so-called virtual power plants. Virtual power plant is a system integrating various types of devices that have the ability to change their energy consumption or production on demand. These devices must be effectively controlled in real time to respond to imbalance or to price signals. Such virtual power plants can be a rich source of flexibility, but tapping it requires sophisticated tools for its identification, aggregation, planning, and control. That is why Unicorn brings Flexigy, an open solution for flexibility management and trading. Flexigy aggregates the flexibility of distributed energy resources and consumption capable of demand response. Flexigy allows to yield
Dobrý den, vážení diváci, vítáme vás zpátky.
Hello, welcome back to our fourth block of our conference. Let's remain at this magical dimension from the previous block. In other words, let's remain with accounting. Speaking about how to make within 20 years a passage from accounting online in 2004 towards 74 brick-and-mortar branches in 2024. I welcome here Mrs. Jana Janáčová from UOL Accounting. Thank you very much. The progress needs a lot of hard work. Our company is called UOL Accounting, and as understandable, accounting is our main service. We try that it is a comprehensive service involving, from the beginning of our business in 2004, involving collection of documentation, and still in 2024 you would be surprised hearing that 40% of our documents are paper documents. We then digitize them after having collected the documents from the client, and it is in the price the client pays. Also, we have our interface with the access delivered to all clients in case they want to manage their own accounting themselves. What makes us different from a general type of accounting companies is the fact that thanks to our long history, we were able to test different modules of operation. And it turned out what is optimum for us is to run in accounting teams with replaceability of each of our colleagues so that our clients are divided into segments. We call Start, Business and Premium segment. And since we are specializing in external accounting, logically we have some 60% of clients in the segment Start. And our accountants working in those accounting teams, the names of which are named Alpha, Bravo, Foxtrot, Army terminology. Teams are classified according to their skills in those different types so that even completely new accountants, graduates of universities, start with us in this particular segment of Start, and they can get their first experience as well as colleagues without any previous practical experience. We try to communicate online with our clients, and what is also involved in price of our service is the item called tax advisor and representation in front of authorities. Our vision: to let entrepreneurs making their business, running their business. We have already 74 brick and mortar branches. Before we delivered this presentation, there were 4 more branches. We can find 67 branches in Czechia and 9 in Slovakia. The plan is 130. We currently take care of 5,000 clients for which we make monthly statements. The plan is within 5 years to get to the number of 15,000 and more. In order to have all these operations running smoothly, we have great colleagues. We have 170 colleagues in terms of employees. We have 185, perhaps even 190 temporary workers. Some of them are students of universities. They work as junior accountants, part-time job, and we also have seasonal workers. They work usually from home office, and they are seasonally employed and seasonally paid. What is the volume of data? By the end of September this year, January through September, we processed 900,000 accepted invoices, 2,100,000 issued invoices. The development of our company, as the moderator said already, we've been in business since 20 years, and recently we are spoken about as a company, as the biggest accounting company online, which we probably were as soon as in 2010. And as I said already, we started in we are now UOL since 2024, but already in 2004 we were Účetnictví online. In 2012 we were UOL Účetnictví. Then we were one of the first companies that provided online accounting. We used a German program that was developed by a German accountant for his Czech girlfriend, and in the first 2 years we had something as 20 clients, and we worked on this program Linux online. Then we looked for other solutions, starting using a different software. We bought the core concept of it, and we've been using the same concept till today. In 2012, the first corporation was involved. We were approached by a big real estate company in the Czech Republic proposing that we would build a franchise network comprehending both real estate companies and accounting companies. We discussed with them for some time, but eventually we withdrew because it didn't make sense to us. But since 2012, we adopted the brand name UOL because already at that time the process on shifting to online began to be quite common. And since our clients called us in abbreviation UOL, we changed the official name as well. At the beginning, we are also a small software house, not only an accounting company. I mean, in order to be able to administer our portfolio, we needed to have our own tools. And when we start to rocketing in terms of growth and revenues, we invested very much into technologies. And in the third stage of our development, called the branch expansion, we thought about how to get into black figures. In 2016, we had something as 850 clients. We were already the major company. When we mapped our competitors, the number of their clients was usually up to 200. But thanks to technologies we acquired, thanks to our investments into them, we had to think about whether we shouldn't concentrate only on key account or whether we should change our strategy. And eventually, my partner left the company. I paid him out, and we decided that we would go rather for building the branch network with huge investments. I knew that we had 850 clients, out of which 800 were Prague clients. So we were interested in having branches outside Prague. We started with 13 first one regional branches. This was a very dramatic, very difficult period of time for us because we had to change strategy for 3 times. We were not sure our goal would work out. We also got information from banks saying we cancel, we eliminate our branches while you are going to set up your branches, so you are not interesting to us. We also thought we would have rather offices, but then we found out it would be better to have really branches in department stores, and we have brand names on it. There are working hours there, and people, our clients, do not have to register beforehand. They can come from the street.
We overcame the initial hardships. In the beginning, when I made some calculations, I came to the conclusion that within 2 years we'd reach 0 in all branches. It became reality in 2022. So in terms of funding, we had really been lagging behind. In 2021, as we started to grow faster and needed to find more co-workers, we started to expand our concept. And we started to expand to small towns, primarily district towns. But this year, or until now, we've built 15 branches. Our branch network is not created for the reason people think. Many people think that it depends on the number of potential clients. We build branches as workplaces for our people. If I thought that I'll find enough people in 2 or 3 towns to cover the number of clients we have, I'd be really naive. Our employees who come to meet us, it happens that sometimes there will be an accountant who actually knows about the branch we have and she wants to get a job there. So what is important to us is the illimited capacity of searching for people. So if we search for an accountant for the whole of Czech Republic will get an application from 50 or 500 or 600 people. If I limited this to a region, I'd have much fewer people. And if there are more people who apply in the Ostrava region, I can build another branch there because people are a key to everything. Once we have a branded branch, we simply get the clients because these people come from the region. Most of them are recruited from online, but the decision on whether we'll do the accounting for these people or not depends on the existence of the branch in the specific location. Now, there is another stage of development ahead of us, kind of orange tsunami. We've paid out the shareholder that's invested in the branch network, and now we are a 100% owner of our company called UHS, which is thus the owner of the branch network. So we've pulled this through, and hopefully nothing else can happen to jeopardize our business. Since the very beginning, we've had to deal with many challenges. The branch network was a really great challenge, but since 2004, we've operated as a Linux running company. We use Linux terminals, and we build our own stations. So we have a very simple way to recruit people. People who are newcomers are very cheap in terms of technology. We simply buy a computer and a screen. There is no licensing policy, so we can have hundreds of employees and thousands of part-time workers. We've always been thinking about different solutions, but it's turned out that if we have our own solutions, we have a great freedom. We don't depend on any external contractor, which could be fatal considering the size of our company. We can reach out really far, so we can explain accounting online, and we say openly what kind of people we don't want to work with. So if you want to get some tips from the area of accounting, you can follow us on social media. And thanks to this kind of reach, we can train the wide public, not just business people. And that's really great. People have never quite been interested in accounting. Everybody has been afraid of accounting. But we've made great PR activities for the last 2 or 3 years. And thanks to that, we've kind of increased the interest in accounting. We try to increase the prestige, because some business people who join us will tell us, well, we didn't really realize how much an accountant needs to know. We also show business people that they need to understand accounting and taxes, and this is why we actually started to communicate using short videos. First, we issued articles and e-books, but it turned out that the 30-second video is much easier to understand. So after a first series of videos, there was this guy who came to see me and said, well, finally, I came to understand what accounting really is. So we create lots of different types of content, webinars, e-books, a book called Don't Pay Taxes in Vain. And our goal is for you all to become a standard for external accounting. So if you ever want to get rid of your accounting, we're here to give you a hand. Thank you very much for your presentation. I really liked the fact that you can do anything in the market. You've started by founding branches and working online. So what's the basic benefit of the branches? The clients walk past and say, oh, it's here, so it must be good. I understand that it's a workplace for you, so it has multiple purposes, but, oh yeah, it's for our colleagues, but it brings clients. You'd be really surprised. We still say that our accounting is online, although we are not called that way. But accounting is still a private service, a personalized service. And that's how people understand it, although my perspective was quite different. So many clients believe that if we have a branch in a town, we are telling them we're going to be here. So I can tell that there are more clients at places where we've created a branch. And sometimes we'll say online, we are going to create a branch in Kolín. And every time I get a reaction from a businessman or businesswoman, and I'll say, okay, that's great. And would you wanna use our accounting services using a different branch in a different town which is nearby? And I'll say, no, we'll wait for the branch in Kolín to be open. So, and they'll be like, okay, I just want that branch. It doesn't depend on people. So I've had hundreds of cases like that. People really want the branch, and people feel it's a psychological commitment to the city, and clients come. And you'd be surprised, most of the time, our clients are IT businesses. Right, yeah. Sometimes that can be the case. So you kind of answered my first question. What I wanted to ask, you are planning quite a substantial expansion. So what will be the impact on the branches? Will you increase the number, or will the current ones get bigger? Well, the current branches have already been made bigger, and I try to be as flexible as possible in all aspects. And it may seem strange because you may say, well, you're building real branches and you're saying that you want to be flexible. But that doesn't change anything. To us, it is better to have 2 small branches than 1 big one. And the reason is flexibility, because you can change the lease contracts and stuff. And in addition to that, there are 2 brands, 2 billboards. Our plan is to cover the remaining towns where we don't have a branch within 2 years. So that's 24 new branches. And as a result, we'll have covered regions, districts, and some small towns. Going back to the previous presentation, do you actually use AI for processing? I'm not talking about the whole process, but maybe parts of it. You've seen the figures. We really process a huge amount of data. And as the systems and applications belong to us, we don't really look for a complex solution to turn the whole system upside down. we need to figure out where it makes sense to automate. And many processes we have are automatic. This concerns, for example, data evaluation and stuff, because if you take care of 5,000 people, you really need to have automation and control mechanisms. Also, what we need to take into account is price, because the price and the performance need to be balanced. We process lots of transactions. We are preparing a change regarding bank accounting, because logically banks are entered in the books based on ID numbers. So we need to make steps. We go step by step, and the main point is the price. Now, going back to AI, you actually do implement it because you're kind of a software house. Oh yeah, we have many apps. We have a system for document scanning, and it is also a complex workplace, including hardware. So the document scanning needs to take just seconds because there is a huge number of documents. So if a client hands the document over to us, there is a workplace and there are people who are able to get all the paper documents into our system really fast. So there is an accounting system, a CRM, many things. Thank you very much. So we just like to say goodbye to you and thanks for coming, and we'll be happy to talk to you further in the hall, so to say. And now I'd like to give the floor to our next guest.
Bratislav Kalenda, by the way, also a successful graduate of Unicorn University. It's the co-founder and owner of the company Uplifting. And we are very happy that the presentation that will mention making business in a comprehensive way will be presented now. So it's not only about tops and failures, it's about also the transitory stages in between. Indeed, these movements up and down, they are well known to the learning process applied in our university and other universities as well. There is no progression without movements. Let's start. Hi, good afternoon. I am Vraťa Kalenda and I am co-founder of the company Uplifting. I would like to share with you 10 biggest lessons I learned from running operations in IT. Who are we? What we do? We are a software studio that's been running since 10 years. We are roughly 170 people. We work on comprehensive applications and systems. We are so-called turquoise organization, which means that salaries are open. People can also view the financial status of the company, and therefore be sure if they want to be in the company or no. And our ambition is to work on products that may have a planetary impact one day. We cooperate with FTMO, with the highest growth here, or Erste Group. We made one whole process for them in the commercial sector, or Belos or Rochecom. Let me guide you throughout our company life development. Let me show it on this curve that is generally applicable. The bigger you are, the most probable is that you have passed the death valley, a certain death valley. Your company loses its profitability or doesn't succeed to find market fit, and we are exactly here. We just passed through the death valley. Let me make you acquainted with how we got into that valley and how we survived it. So sharing with you how both successfully or non-successfully scale Software Studio, how it is to make expansion abroad. We started altogether in 2013. I graduated school at the time. That was a authentic picture when I graduated from bachelor program here in UUN. My idea was I was quite good at software, so why not to do software? And I went to my dad and I said, there's a bunch of my colleagues of my co-students and we are all interested in programming. Could you lend us some space? And my father said, I'll sell it. So these are authentic pictures from the beginning of making business. Not always it's all bright. Often you do not have a natural light in and you are fed by pizza and pizza only. But we were enthusiastic and we worked on codes. A year later, we uplifted one floor higher. There was a daylight already, less space, but daylight. And it was crowded at moments. This was our authentic marketing team. Yes, it was on LinkedIn, this picture. And we didn't have clear ideas on marketing yet. And uplifting at the beginning, we were a bunch of 4 to 10 people. Our clients, there were startups, including incubators, small companies, and we were a free company. We had so-called high buddy culture. I mean, everything was open. There was no managing structure. What were the biggest risks at the beginning? That you take just whatever. You cannot choose if you are a big company. Big companies, corporations do not allow you to take something more attractive. So that brings about a lot of risks. Often you are not paid. Yeah, I co-funded the company with Roman Keshner, and at the beginning there were heated discussions before we got to be tuned to each other. Something as when you start being married, you need some time to explain to each other what are the rules of the game. The same when you are a startup. Our service, everything. We were able to set up absolutely everything. People didn't believe us, but we were really able to help in many, many aspects. And why did it work? It worked because if you are good as able to establish a company, it is easy to be the best without scaling. And you, as a founder, you can cover a lot of activities. You can design, you can propose, you can manufacture, you can sell. But what is a problem is if you are Superman, how to scale you up so that the same qualities are in, I don't know, 160, 170 people. So we continued from 2013 to 2019. The economy was very great at that time. We grew. We were something as 60, 70 people. And gradually we became a turquoise company, which means still a free company, self-managed. We had our credit cards in our information system. Anyone could take a credit and then brought an invoice for this invoice being entered into accountancy system. If it was a bigger expense, there were no approvals on any acquisitions, any purchasing. And people determined themselves what projects they wanted to work on. And our board of directors is elected till today. In other words, they are really uplifter people who decide about the executives themselves. And therefore, the second parameter typical for a turquoise company is integrity, which meant I feel the best in this not casual smart, but rather casual dress you can see on me now. And every order had to be checked 3 times. So once through the prospect client, then through my colleagues and then through the owner, so that tobacco products cannot pass this filter, Saudi Arabia cannot pass through this filter. Our people just think it's not integrity, it's not ethical to trade with. And the third principle is listening to ever-changing goal of humanity. So thinking about what will be needed in 5 years, in 10 years, and go towards it. So today we work very much on AI. So that was the then development of the company into non-standard model of management. And in 2019, we were 76 people, turnover was 73 million, 40% profitability, and there were 2 girls in our back office out of 76 people, and that was enough. All other people were with clients, which gives you a lesson. If you give confidence to people, people are inherently good, and they give value to the world, and the world will give you the value back. That was the vision we had, and we firmly believed in. Then we prepared ourselves for growth, for expansion, and it became harsh. In all support departments, we made investments. We built up marketing, back office, HR. We bought new office rooms. We got to learn how to expand into Great Britain, and we divided the company into sub-companies. Why did we choose expansion into Great Britain? United Kingdom, because we were not very experienced, and we thought there's the biggest difference in what is paid for software there and in our country. There is a small time change, so people do not have to get up early in the morning as compared to the US, and we speak English, not German, for instance. That was the whole analysis we made. Do not copy us. We hired Honza. He was with us from the beginning. We paid him 5 million Czech crowns, which was 4 times less than needed in reality, and we sent him to London. Then we divided the company under the framework of this self-management into sub-tribes. There were uplifting cloud, there were uplifting enterprise, focusing each of them on one specific line of products. The lesson is do not do everything at the same time. You may soon begin to lack either resources or people. In 2020, our new offices were finished, and a month before the contract was signed, COVID broke in. We had beautiful offices with no people allowed to be in. And also COVID changed the way of people behaved. We had to open a sales department. I am an IT person. I'm not a salesman. And I found out that to build a sales department is super difficult. And in 2022, we were still growing. We added 1 more floor in the building. And 1 month after we signed the 2nd floor, the war in Ukraine began. So we are rather special in prediction of difficult moments. On the other hand, we won a big tender in Canada. We were to modernize the whole health service. It was several $100 million contract, and it seemed that it would work. And we signed the contract with the board. They asked us 30, 40 people. And then I took a sabbatical. I left. Everything seemed perfect. It was at the level of a signed contract. The learning here is I should have left for sabbatical much earlier, and do take your rest. If you feel tired, do take a rest early enough, because you do not know what is ahead of us. A month later, I came back to work, and I found out that there were 30 people on the bench. I mean, not with their clients. Why? Because we found out that the company becoming our client, underwent a merge, but it couldn't be notified to us because it would be an illegal leak of information. The brands merged, and it meant that all orders were stopped. The other party told us, we know that you had hired new people, but we are going to merge and it will take us 3 years, so we must stop all the contract. At that time, I took my telephone. We had a very good reputation on the market, so I phoned to Hunter. In other companies, I admitted sincerely what happened to me, and I said, I have wonderful people, wouldn't you like to hire them? And they supported us, they saved us, because each of them said, okay, send me 2, 3 people. But it already opened our problems. We were 170 people, 4 tribes, profitability not very high. And then 2022, continuation, there were interruptions in our budgets. We had to look at our value proposition. What we had to sell were IT products. We were Turkey's company, and we had a lot of IT experts, so we sent them to clients, and we promised them everything bright in IT, including new people. That was a perfect configuration for conjunction, for the growth of economy period, but not for the decline of economy period.
So we were the first in the row when the crisis started. Here are a few authentic pictures from our all-hands meeting. What we do is we develop software. We called it no vendor locking with hybrid teams. And what I was told was that we were too expensive, so people didn't want our developers. And then going back to London, where we expanded, we thought we'd charge 3,000 Czech crowns in London, and we'd simply transfer the money back to the Czech Republic and pay our people. But that's not the case, because many companies from other countries don't go there to give the money back to their people. In fact, they cut the prices to simply gain clients. So our idea of charging £100 per developer was naive, because to them Czech and Belarusian developers are basically the same, Eastern Europe. So we were thinking, well, we're running out of money, so we need to reorientate ourselves and focus on startups. But the founding of startups at that time dropped down by 80%. So if you didn't have AI in your name, you didn't get any funding, which was our case. So all the problems got together for us in that same year. So if I had thought well during the fat years, I would have been much better off during the years which were to come and which were poor. In 2023, we didn't have anyone to call. Most of our clients cut their budget and fired their own people. So that was the worst year for uplifting. This is an authentic video of our uplifting activities. And this is another thing that we actually played to us. That's how we were feeling. So we had a great business, great back office, great offices, a great HR team. But our business team was divided into multiple companies. Our focus was but we focused on fintech and help tech. And you can see there is the word tech in the name. And if you take the word tech and offer it to fintech, they don't want it because they already have the tech part. So that taught us another lesson, which is that you shouldn't trust blindly even your favorite people. It's not that they are evil or anything, but people only deserve trust in a context. So a great architect should be trusted in the area of architecture, but it doesn't need to mean that he'll be a successful manager, and he is inherently not to be trusted unless he proves he's able to do that. And I think we actually trusted people who hadn't deserved to be trusted in the given area. And as a result, in 2023, we were lying in the Death Valley. Our business was scaled up and there was nothing to do. And we thought, what are we going to do now? So we put on our astronauts' clothing and we started to repair our great business along with all the great people in it so that we could get beyond 2023. So if you can motivate people, let's say 30 or 40 people, maybe you're not able to lead 170 or 180 people. So I started to think about changing the people on the management to get those who are actually able to lead these 180 people. And what was great was that we managed to attract people who had been through all that. They came from software studios where initially there was 120 people and eventually they grew to 500. So if you can find someone who actually knows which way you need to go through, who actually has the roadmap, don't hesitate and hire that person. So how did we get things right? Well, first, we had to consolidate the business. So now we have 3 tribes less. For the first time, we have Scrum Masters, and that means that our deliveries are more consistent. We also have budgeting and budget control in another team. We've rebuilt our business team. So it's no shame to build your business team for a second or third time. Sometimes it simply takes time and you may not be successful the first time. And eventually we decided to focus on Germany, although we can't speak German, because they understand what it means to work with a good, skilled Czech person, and they appreciate our work. We stopped focusing on fintech and help tech. So now we focus on businesses, the name of which doesn't contain the word tech. And today we focus on SMEs. So there is a completely new value proposition, and we've become digital product builders. And thanks to all that, all these changes, today in 2024, we are getting out of the Death Valley. We have 160 people, a 10% profitability, which keeps growing, and our turnover is the highest in our history. So thinking back about the past 3 or 4 years, I wonder what it would be to continue to be a founder, because my added value is currently much lower than if I was a visionary. And I think that all founders should realize this. Wouldn't it be better to hand over the day-to-day executive work to someone else who is actually more skilled than you? So that's our story, our path, and I hope it was uplifting. It was a great presentation, and it even had a great color, kind of a horror color, but fortunately the ending was good. So there's a question which actually came even before you started. You make apps for banking, e-shops, health, security. How do you do it to have just one team and you don't really have people understanding the magic behind that? Well, many things we need to deal with are the same for fintech, help tech, but we also have many domain experts for fintech, help tech. We have solution architects have been involved in a lot of things. They come from logistic or production companies, so they understand really well the business. We don't really do e-shops just because we don't have our knowledge there. We saw the nice picture of you starting in the garage. Did you wish to have this great business, big business, from the very beginning? Or was it just a coincidence? Well, I think it was more like a coincidence. We never knew quite well how big it would be. We never let the business be led by the people, so it kind of grew along. So, I mean, when you are at the top, you might wonder, or you might consider actually selling the business. I wouldn't sell it, but I've met many people who had a business with the same trajectory as we have, and if they stopped at the right moment, just like Atasyntics did, I think that maybe they would be better off now. Many times, a big advantage of small teams is the lack of this complicated approval process. And you've actually decided to kind of extend it to all the other staff members. Is it something that has proven itself as a good solution in time? Will it bring the value back? Because all the people are involved in the decision. Or would you rather take a different decision and you've been limited by some decisions? Oh, definitely. Hundreds of millions simply stayed on the ground. But on the other hand, most of the people are at least okay with what we do, and many of them are actually proud of what we do. And that's more important to me than just the fact. I mean, it's really important to me to have people who are satisfied and motivated. Yeah, the evaluation of the orders, that's really interesting. It can actually be very complicated because there are different impacts, the environment, AI. So how do you do that? There must be inconsistencies. Well, that's really interesting. It's kind of a confession of the business person who brings a deal to the company. And he needs to evaluate it from different aspects. Who's the client? What's the ownership structure? What purpose it'll serve? The impacts on the world and the environment. And then there is a sort of cultivated debate. People talk, and eventually we use a traffic light. Green means good with me. Orange means, okay, I don't want to work on that, but I don't want to block the others. And red means, if you do this, I'll consider leaving the business. If there's just one person giving you a red light, it's bearable. But if it's 10 or 15 people, it's 10% of the company. So that means it's outside the values. Okay, so you always organize yourselves based on that traffic light by project, or how do you do that? Well, I think it's similar to many other software companies. We have a pool of people who work on different projects, and we always put together a team for a customer. They need to have the knowledge of the domain. Most of the people know each other, but there are some who are new on the team. One last question. You were talking about taking a rest in time. So when is your next rest time? Well, during Christmas. That's when I want to rest, and then next year I'd like to go on vacation, because the last 3 years have been really demanding and exhausting, more exhausting than the 7 years before that. Thank you very much, and now there will be a 10-minute break, so we'll start again at 2:25. Thank you.
Unicorn University is a modern institution with an emphasis on the latest IT technologies, data analytics, AI, and business practices. Our study programs are designed to offer flexibility, encourage student self-expression, and foster personal growth. Unicorn University stands as a hub for learning modern technologies and their practical application. The university offers 2 bachelor degree programs in software development and business management, and 2 master degree programs focused on data analysis and data science. In 2023, Unicorn University reached a significant milestone, having more than 1,000 international students in accredited programs. Since 2019, students may join fully online study programs, enabling them to study anytime and anywhere. Now, it is really easy to combine studies, work, and family. Besides standard education, Unicorn University is also providing commercial education to both individuals and companies with a focus on trainings, academies, and retaining courses. This year, an expansion of the education portfolio by micro-credentials is bringing new opportunities for upskilling and reskilling of key professionals. Unicorn University provides research in AI, data analysis, and data science in cooperation with Unicorn University Research Center, CERN, and leading technology and business partners. Unicorn University does not forget about the general public. Programming courses for our youngest, called We Can Code, are organized twice a year, and the renowned Unicorn University Open Conference reached participation of over 7,000 registered attendees. At Unicorn University, we're not just shaping careers, we're empowering individuals to thrive in the rapidly evolving environment of technology and business.
Já bych Unicorn University doporučil nejen z toho důvodu, že vnímám, že hodně propojuje jakoby business s tím studiem, že to není jenom o naučení se skript a odříkání u zkoušky, ale vyloženě i ty praktické workshopy, které vlastně máme, tak nás učí nejenom komunikovat s lidmi, ale taky vlastně připravují nás jakoby na ty pozice samotné. Absolvoval jsem 2 workshopy. Například máš jako zadání nějaké neúplné firmy nebo firmy před nějakým krokem, který musíš jakoby projít, vyřešit ho a přijít jakoby na ten správný styl, jakým by se ta firma měla ubírat v celém portfoliu nebo na celém tom trhu. Já, když jsem vlastně nastupoval, tak praxe ještě nebyla povinná pro to studium, ale i přesto jsem vlastně využil možnosti jít na stáž do společnosti Microsoft, který je vlastně jednou z partnerských firm Unicorn University. Už během té stáže jsme se vlastně nějakým způsobem komunikovali na tom, že by mi to třeba dávalo smysl jakoby se tam posunout dál a prošel jsem si výběrovým řízením, které v Microsoftu je a dostal jsem se vlastně až na pozici, kde jsem dneska. Tak studijní materiály ty máme jakoby online. Všechny jsou jakoby na portále přístupné vždycky z předmětu, který studuješ. Myslím si, že pokrývají vlastně všechno, co je potřeba k tomu, aby si ten předmět zvládl. Samozřejmě vysoká škola je od toho, aby si některé podklady našel i sám, ale tady ty podklady jsou hodně připravené na to, aby si tady tuhle práci skoro nemusel dělat. Takže za mě studijní materiál je super. Co se týče vstřícnosti ke studentům, myslím si, že vždycky si někdo najde své mouchy, co mu vadí, co mu nevadí, ale tady si myslím, že se odvádí skvělá práce a to už bylo moc marketingové.
In Unicorn, we believe that the renewable energy certificate markets are on the brink of a change. The increasing customer awareness and demand for sustainable energy will drive evolution in areas such as granular certification with 24/7 matching, hydrogen and other new energy carriers, energy storage, or full disclosure. Ultimately, this will lead to massive increase in traded volumes of green certificates. We believe that the current way of operation must change, as it is difficult to scale and prone to errors. Nowadays, trading companies use various ways of communication to conclude deals, use many different ways for confirmations with counterparties, store data in multiple tools, and manage certificates and settle trades across many registries. Certegy Trader is a tool to address this challenge. Our goal is to simplify energy certificates trading as much as possible, from the moment of deal confirmation to final settlement in the registries. Certegy Trader is designed to work as full-fledged standalone trading solution or to work in parallel with any current ETRM or other solution in use. The main features of Certegy Trader are forecasting, trade capturing and confirmations, portfolio allocations, position reporting, and automatic settlement in many registries. All the features are optimized to work with high volumes of certificates with resolution up to 1 hour. User experience was designed in cooperation with certificate traders to bring maximum user comfort and efficiency. The trades are captured either via a few-step form, by bulk import, or via API. All attributes and details from the REX International Contract Template are supported. The allocation of trades is simple. Just choose what you want to allocate using various parameters of the trade, and Certegy Trader will make sure that all criteria of the allocated trade are respected. You can browse your portfolio as necessary and create customized views and dashboards and share them with your team. Certegy Trader is built by Unicorn, leading European provider of IT solutions and services in the energy domain. Certegy Trader is provided as a service in the cloud, operated in Plus4U ecosystem, and hosted in Microsoft Azure. The setup of the solution is easy and can be completed in a few days. Get in touch with us and ask for your free trial today.
In the beginning of the year 2024, we went live with a brand new electricity balancing market solution at Portugal.
Well, REN is the electricity and gas transmission system operator of Portugal. As a grid operator, we are strongly committed to support the green energy transition. One of its key aspects is even deeper cooperation among the system operators. That is why we are joining the European balancing platforms, MARI and Picasso. In order to do that, we primarily need to align our local Portuguese balancing markets with the new European standards, which ultimately resulted in the need of a new IT solution for the grid balancing. In early 2022, we selected a consortium led by Unicorn Systems to deliver and maintain such a solution. We knew that Unicorn Systems would be a strong partner thanks to their experience for the implementation of a pan-European balancing platforms, as well as the market management solutions for many other transmission system operators.
At Unicorn, we have been working for European TSOs for more than 25 years. Our experience and know-how in the TSO market management is embodied in our Damas MMSE standard product, which we used for delivery of local balancing market for REN. Damas platform was first introduced more than 20 years ago. Since then, we have successfully deployed it to many European TSOs and made it the most frequently used product of its kind in Europe. Damas has undergone several major technical and functional upgrades over the years. Its latest, fourth generation of the product is now deployed to REN. With its delivery, REN received a modular system based on the microservice architecture and developed in the modern web technologies. Even though REN is operating the system on-premise, it is also by nature ready for the full deployment to any cloud environment.
The delivery of the project took approximately 2 years. The configuration and customization of Damas MMSE was done within the first year. The second year was dedicated to on-premise deployment of the solution and its extensive testing, including 6 months of testing with market participants. During the implementation, Unicorn team consisted of more than 14 team members, located primarily in Ukraine. Plus, we had the team of our optimization partner located in France. Even though Russia has invaded Ukraine during the implementation, this fact did not have any significant impact on our ability to deliver on time and in high quality. The final solution is benefiting from out-of-the-box functionalities of Damas MMSE, such as ready-made connection with central platforms like Mari, Picasso, and CMM. Most of the workload was thus concentrated in secure integrations with REN local systems and market participants, as well as customization of balancing bids and demands, transmission capacity, and activation modules. In the end, the project was finished successfully, and we managed to achieve all planned objectives.
Já vás vítám zpět u našeho vysílání a posledním blokem, který nás nyní čeká, zahájíme tady významným hostem Pavlem Hybnerem. Je to zakladatel a předseda představenstva společnosti Hardvario, který nám dnes pohovoří o tom, jak lze podpořit podnikání.
So we are going to the fifth block, and we welcome here Mr. Pavel Hybner. Thank you for the information. I am co-owner and CEO of Hardvario company. Let me share our story. How do we help our partners? And let's start with the presentation. So, we are a company that develops and produces hardware, IoT platform and products. We work in terms of digital transformation. We build partner network. We do not dive into some vertical axis. We have our partners for them, those who are experts in health services or agriculture. We will show you the applications. And we concentrate on high quality infrastructure. Our product line goes from whatever up to the platform Chester in cloud. We also have 2 branches, one in Houston in the States and one in United Kingdom. They are not big offices, but we can present ourselves there as a company with a definite identity, which opens the door to our business in those countries as well. And why we are popular with our partners is our ability to react quickly. We do a lot of customizing service. I mean, we develop different hardware modules to our clients. We also completed with implementation, integration of their own products. We have our printing device, printing logos on our clients' particular boxes. Our story, we began in 2016. In here you can see our first hardware laboratory in Jablonec nad Nisou. We were a spin-off of the company Jablotron, we founded together with Alan Fabik, the company, and a year later we became spin-off. But before that, we even had our own product that we launched on the market. It was a kit called Big Clown. It was meant for it yourself, and everybody could make his or her own IT project. We expanded, or we went to Germany we went there to the exhibition IFA, and we got a lot of feedback. One of them was, do not be afraid to expand, and we therefore followed the instruction, and with the kit India Go, we expanded into 35 countries. And on the way, we found out that more and more companies were interested in our Big Clown. Chess, for instance, ordered hundreds of these kits for testing smart solutions in retail. And while we were still working on Big Clown, we realized that it was a funny name. If you enter a major company and say, I'm here for Big Clown, it's rather silly. So we spinned off of our mother company, and we concentrated on a platform that is still implemented in Slovakia, HIB Reavis, a space that uses the product Cooper. And we understood that was the thing that was attractive for companies, that we can wirelessly and not invasively implement or apply our boxes and transform the digital world in digital data into virtual world. At a certain moment, a magazine called Lesní práce, Works in Forest, contacted us that there was a problem with the bark beetle and the condition of our forest, and that they needed a product that would inform them about temperature in a given forest, so that they know whether they are in a critical situation in terms of bark beetle. So you can see our product. It was a small box like that, screwed up with two screws up and down, but we haven't realized that trees are growing permanently, and therefore we suddenly realized that the accelerometer showed a different orientation, and we had to pick up those boxes back again and change the configuration. On the right-hand side, you can see Vodafone Business, and we applied an enlarged box variant in the United Kingdom, and it was enriched for a specific function called environmental monitoring. They wanted to know what is the effect of the climate changes on the growth of the tree. And our Chester meant to work for 5 years, collected the data, sending it to cloud. Both the temperatures were measured and other parameters. In the same way as our applications grew, Chester developed as well. There are more than 30 different products. The platform is extremely versatile, and that's its advantage. It can be used in many industrial applications. It's a very strong tool, helping to transform many different industries. In order to be successful, we needed to concentrate not only on shape of our boxes, but on, first of all, hardware inside. So we have hardware that is able to communicate with endpoints on customer side, who can then generate JSON, and besides that, we have many other functionalities. This is an open source platform with many tools that help also developing other products, just as Zephyr software system, very innovative, helping development of innovative products. One application that ranked among our basic ones, initial ones, very important from the point of view of funding, we made it with Unifly, which was a Belgian startup focusing on software platform tracking manless drone traffic, and we made a hardware system to it, tracking the position of drone and integrating their data into the whole system. And this contract supported us for 2 years development of our own. We also have a very successful cooperation with another company developing the platform Proximos in the healthcare system. They monitor temperatures for purposes of monitoring conditions of stocking medicines and vaccines. It was very important, especially in the period of epidemics. And together we also developed Sticker, which is the smaller box on the right that is able to even better monitor temperatures of drugs. And also the product Hard Warrior Fiber that is able to continuously collect the data. Another example of stick to the door, whoever goes by can read the data, the temperatures, and the quality of air in the class. This is another application. This is VMBus telemetric gate that helps to collect data in residential dwellings and collect the data from energy meters, sending them into cloud, and that helps partners that make then invoicing of data consumption among various clients. And the last application is from manufacturing, cooperation with the Liberec company Softly. We monitor production lines through our novelty that is called Gauger. It's fixed on PLC or to some other support, and it collects the data from a given production line. If you don't have the data, you can hardly optimize the process. So with the help of a simple hardware, you can make your processes much more efficient. And when speaking about production, I mean manufacturing, we have our own Hard Warrior studio production line. Last year, we invested several millions of crowns into printers, CNC, Fresca, and thermic chamber. We have this workshop in Liberec, and in there we produce our own products, or we offer our capacity for clients who need to implement some customized contract, and they cannot use their own equipment because it's occupied, so we offer our own capacity, for instance, for printing the boxes, the packagings. As to our presence on the exchange, stock exchange, we had two main highlights moments. It was the campaign Fund Lift that converts later on in ITO. In 2002, we decided we would convert Hard Warrior limited company, and we would go for a listed company. There were many partners from Fund Lift company. We had to pay them out. It was a very demanding process, but we managed to convince majority of shareholders to go for it. And in autumn 2022, we opened our presence in Prague Stock Exchange, and we got 160 million of basic equity, and with help of it, we successfully expand abroad. We have two branches. One is in Liberec, the other is in Houston. They are commercial representations. However, it's not only about these two places. We are able to sell our products to many other countries, and this map shows the destinations of our exports. We always concentrate on technologies of IoT. We first have to map the country, whether there is the right connectivity. So it's not that we just pack the package and send it to a given address. No, we have to pre-examine the environment. The process is more complex than that, but still we are able to deliver, to ship and deliver very efficiently our products into many countries around the globe. When speaking about London, just recently, just last week, we went there and we made an IoT branch presentation. I can recommend that. It's a perfect format for people coming to your event. You offer them some refreshment and you make them familiar with what you can do for them. And we have our well-established partners there. And so it's a combination between business, technologies, and also a very strong, powerful networking. This is a picture from Houston, downtown Houston on the left, and Florida picture in autumn 2022. We were installing new energy photovoltaic. It was a pilot project for detection of fires. And sure, in Florida you have many storms throughout the year and it's difficult to prevent fires. But what can help is an early detection. Unfortunately, the project didn't develop further. Word didn't allow further financing of our activities. We are a small company and we ran over kilometers and kilometers of meadows belonging to a company that is multiple times bigger than Chess, and we had to move safely because there are some holes, unexpected holes. If you step on, you may deep inside. There are alligators, there are snakes, so a beautiful experience and still demanding, and a demonstration of the fact that even a small company can help a big American corporate. Let me speak about our team and our culture. Recently I applied for a competition in Volkswagen of the Year contest, and one of the questions was, what makes you the most proud of your company? And I said, I am most proud of the fact that people who have started with us are still with us 8 years later. I'm very grateful for that. And we try to maintain the openness of our team. We have open hardware, we have open sources, we have open sharing, and it's so much incorporated in our minds that we really teach each other, we share learning. This is, for instance, a course of IoT applications in practice. Me and a colleague of mine being lecturers. We also cooperate with other colleges, such as the one technical college in Liberec, or secondary school for textile industry in Liberec as well. So we try to show how our applications can help the practice. Thank you for the attention. Your experience is quite unique, I must say, with both platforms that are markedly different, Google and Fundlift. They work completely differently. You fundraise money and only after that you start producing, while with the second platform you have products already available. What would be your assessment of those two platforms? What was more difficult, what was easier with each of them? What would you recommend? Would you use both of them? The experience with these two is really extremely different with funding. The one we started with, you try to look for clients. It's a marketing channel. And we were rather negatively surprised by the level of complexity of preparations. You have to fill a lot of documents, you have to shoot many videos, and that was the beginning, and we made many mistakes, but that was a threshold. With FundLift, you present to your investors what is your vision and return of investment, and preparation is much easier. I would rather say that more you get to the output, I mean getting the investor, it was getting more and more difficult, not the preparation phase. So preparing for entering the stock exchange, selling shares through our e-shop, it was quite a good way and very legitimate one and legal one, in fact. IoT, extremely difficult process, due diligence, half a year of work, necessity to have lawyers. I can only pay respect to my colleagues who work on it. It is very interesting also because of the fact that the market is highly specific. Is there anything in IoT market you would say it's completely different from other markets, including software, finance, and whatever? Of course, since we are a hardware company, the business is very difficult from the point of view of cash flow. There are difficult moments, especially when you have to fund some major contracts, because in hardware world you must have a warehouse with spare parts, you must have a stock of your own products, and you also have the problem, if you remember COVID, I mean, you sell spare parts at any price.
So it was tough times. We were actually lucky because we were just getting ready for an extension of the production. So we started the preparatory works before COVID times. In terms of IoT, it's a specific market, fairly young. IoT had existed before, but there are many things, many companies that actually test it and do pilot projects, and that's what's so characteristic about the market. I've seen a statistical analysis, and it said that most of the projects actually end up as pilot project. And what we try to do is to increase our chances. On the other hand, there is OK service and healthcare monitoring and the grain link order from last year. So we can see that the client comes back. And these are the gold eggs which serve as the foundation of our business. What's nice about the segment is that you accomplish the project, it's profitable, and then you become stable because your partner wants to grow too. And although the business is not characterized by huge leaps, it can assure a greater stability. Maybe one last question to move on. Based on your experience, would you recommend going on stock exchange? Well, that's a really hard question. The business should always think about how demanding it is, because it's fairly expensive. If you subscribe for the capital, you need to pay all those who've helped you during the whole process, so you'll lose some percentage in the beginning. But what's so great about it is that it's a form of marketing, and to us it was a great leap forward. We didn't have many things in place which you need to have if you are publicly traded. So we hadn't had general meetings, stuff like that. But now we have it. So it kind of moves you forward. Thank you very much. We are short for time, but we thank you for your presentation. Thank you very much. Bye. Let us move on to the last lecture of our conference, which will change again what we've been talking about. We are going to talk about the launch of non-for-profits. So how do you take an idea, promote it, and sustain it within your sector to preserve it and keep it alive so that it wouldn't perish in the Death Valley? And I'm very happy to welcome here Tereza Vaňková, the founder of React Girls, who will definitely tell us more about this. Hi, I'm very happy to be here and to talk after what we heard about the wonderful, profitable projects. Hopefully, you'll get motivated and see that even non-for-profits and their founding makes sense. We'll talk about the way to get funding, building your team, and sustaining the development and growth. My name is Tereza Vaňková. I'm the founder of a non-for-profit called React Girls. I'm also a software developer, and I also work for a technological company for Muse. I'm also going to talk about the role of startups and about the meaning. React Girls has been on the market for 5 years, and we are involved in the retraining of women for the IT sector. The non-for-profit has over 800 members, and it includes women, volunteers, developers, and other stakeholders. As I said, today I'm going to talk about the reason to found non-for-profits, the motivation. I'm also going to touch on the funding, hiring people and building your team, and sustaining the growth of the non-for-profit. A few pieces of general information. We are talking about non-governmental, non-for-profits, such as institutes, endowment funds, and other types of non-for-profits. As you can see, non-for-profits are not created to achieve profit. They want to deal with problems which the government or private companies cannot deal with. How do you found a company of this kind? Well, to found this kind of a non-for-profit, you need to have at least 3 founding members. You need to have articles of association, including the name and registered office, the purpose and the rights and duties of its members. Now, what's the motivation behind founding non-for-profits? Well, I'm sure you know a lot of them. Personally, I'd recommend creating a non-for-profit for students who seek a solution to their problems. A non-for-profit activity can be a way to self-growth. It's actually a training playground because it allows you to learn how to lead people, talk to people, and gain money for the non-for-profit organization, which is similar to looking for investors. in your startup. And ideally, your motivation is improving the world around you. React Girls is a non-for-profit dealing with the problem of a lack of women in IT, in the IT sector. In the Czech Republic, it's just 8%. Also, it helped to solve my own personal problem when I needed retraining in the IT sector. So how can you finance a non-for-profit organization? There are several sources of funding. You can find supporters, contributions from individuals, state grants, subsidies from the EU, funding from profitable organizations which can provide you with people, financial assistance, or grants. There are various platforms such as Donio, and non-for-profits can also engage in gainful activity. It should be an ancillary activity, and all the profit and contributions are not given to the founders, but go in the non-for-profit to support its growth and support provided. If you want to seek supporters and donors, you need to work with fundraising. When I look for supporters, I need to use something that's called relationship management, because we try to develop long-term partnerships and long-term support. Personality is also important. I'm not saying that everybody who creates a non-for-profit needs to be a charismatic personality, but you can actually practice the way you communicate with profitable companies. And similar to profit companies, non-for-profits need to have a mission and clearly communicate that mission, because once you are able to actually make it clear, people will support you. I've been talking about fundraising. You need to have a pitch deck. That's something that you need also when you build a startup. It's a presentation which helps you to get potential sponsors and partners. So again, it's kind of a playground to achieve profit. It is also important to build long-term relationships and trust to achieve support from profit-making companies. It is also highly recommendable to reflect the values of our supporters, because we can help them to actually deal with their own problems. Fundraising also reflects companies' CSR budgets. All big corporations have these budgets. And if you're able to provide them with something more than other non-for-profits, it's definitely good for our purpose. So if you manage to help our partners to match our values, it helps us to create this long-term relationship. The founder of the organization may or does not have to be the fundraiser. There may be a team of professionals or experts. I've also talked about the importance of the mission. It is not surprising that it's similar as in profit-making organizations. You simply need to have a goal and purpose. You need to define the mission. In Real Girls, we deal with a lack of women in IT, but if there were too many women in IT, we'd definitely not get the support we'd like to have. So you need to simply follow the market and communicate in a way which is easy to understand. As I said, React Girls has a mission consisting in getting more women in the IT sector. Our sponsors are mostly partners and IT companies. In return, we help them and give them support in the area of their hiring.
Teaching too, or we are also able to connect with brand marketing, helping with PR and brand marketing. We are also able to help with fulfilling the company's missions so that it makes sense to them as well. In an NGO, what I would call a typical feature is hiring people and building teams. Very often, team is composed of many volunteers. And it's easy to motivate people to work if we can pay them for the work. Ideally, besides the fact they are paid, they can be also motivated by liking the work and liking the mission of the company, while in an NGO, the mission is crucial, the most significant. As I said, we hire many volunteers. You must take into consideration what is their personal motivation. Why do they want to start working for an NGO? It's good to maintain the team in a close relationship with outputs. For instance, if React Girls succeed in getting some women to be hired in IT, it's good to share the stories and with the emphasis, it's also thanks to you. And in case of remuneration, if the NGO is able of, you can offer some both financial and not financial rewards. However, I recommend that if you want to set this up properly, you must count with the fact that a part of the team may get rewards while the other part may not. And it should be communicated openly why somebody is rewarded and the others are not, because it can discourage some volunteers as well if it is not transparently communicated. It is also good to offer positions to students because it's a source of experience for them. And even though if they work as volunteers or partial work contracts, they can gather a lot of experience. Or moms on their maternity leaves may be hired as well. Motivation of people. Across the teams, motivation is important. We ask volunteers, why do you want to get engaged? Often they are IT designers who, for instance, do not have in their mother companies enough of women, and they would like to have women colleagues. Also, sometimes people are interested in their personal development. We organize such personal development events, and designers or programmers may decide about their own personal development, which may be motivating for them as well. Also, time availability must be clearly communicated so that people know what is expected of them, although they are working on a volunteering basis. In case the NGO can offer financial reward, well, it is feasible, but it would be rather the last point in assessing the motivation. In React Girls, we have a so-called core organizational team, 9 people, that work on labor contracts. We have a team of volunteers. Typically, they are IT designers looking for the reward in helping retraining women into IT or learning themselves how to give conference, how to lecture, or how to manage or mentor properly other people. We try to address new and new volunteers. This is time-consuming. However, if people work for you based on their voluntary will, you may expect high turnover of people, so you must motivate, and introduce into the work new and new people constantly. So, sustainable growth, if you manage to have these pillars, you may hope that your NGO will grow and will prosper. However, we still must think of how to communicate our existence, our activities with profit-making companies. In other words, not forgetting relevance of our mission. We shouldn't forget that the profit-making companies do choose among NGOs, so we must communicate very well what could be our additional value to them, how we can help them to solve their problems, and how, among other things, we can be confronted with problems that are insolvable by the company itself, in what point we could help it. So key points: regular updating of the mission, adapt the direction of your organization to current societal challenges. From the very beginning, manage your growing costs permanently. You have labor cost, you have space, rental space cost, you have catering cost. These are the things that you must concentrate on from the beginning, because donations are less predictable source of funding, and you will always be dependent on other entities. And if the other entities do not prosper, they will tend to less support NGOs. And the third pillar is to build a network of partners and supporters. I mean, actively develop contacts for a long-term cooperation and financial stability, building a large network, which, after all, even if, if you build a beautiful NGO and it stops being effective, if you have this large network of contacts, you may shift your activities somewhere else using the previously gained contacts. Thank you very much for your attention. I am here for your possible questions. And there was also my email address on the screen. You may contact me. Thank you very much for your presentation. That was very interesting. The first question is, you said practically everything, but still, if you imagine you are standing on the starting point, you have an idea that is societally important and relevant, topical, but still you have to think about sustainability of the NGO. So what to do at the beginning? What are the first steps? What is recommendable so that you do not stumble and fall later? At the beginning, you should think seriously about whether I would like to have an NGO or a profit-making company, because both approaches are okay. And therefore, the very first consideration you must make is, am I really interested in implementing my activities in the form of an NGO? Do I have people who will support, who will follow me? Because NGO, these are the formats that react to current societal changes or challenges. There are reaction to problems that currently happen in the society. And I must think whether there are more people like me, whether they would join me in my endeavors. My question would be, what generation typically approach you as being interested in working for an NGO? Can you categorize them or not so much? Because people change throughout their lives, and there may be even people who are just happy, satisfied in their lives, and they could, thanks to their skills, be employed in a profit-making company, but still they prefer going for an NGO. Would you say that this is a typical group of volunteers, or it's different? I would say that generation aspect is not the one that decides. There are either students who really want to gather the first initial experience to be put in their CVs, or moms on their maternity leaves looking for small money, or people who are employed in standard workstations and they do not feel completely filled. And therefore, in their leisure time, they want to do something that would be more meaningful for them. And in this category, there are people of all ages. In most of the companies, usually the key word, the buzzword is growth, growth and growth. What about NGO? Is rather stability, or is it also growth? In an ideal situation, it could be growth as well, but not such a dramatic, rapid growth. It would be rather a slowly or more solid growth in terms of the team becoming larger, more people getting involved in an NGO, not only those I already listed, but also real candidates to become retrained in IT. So also growth, but not so rapid. You also said you could help companies with their hiring. Do you think that at some moments companies would cleverly react to this, approaching you, because people are always a difficult thing? Yes, 5 years ago, it was more difficult to find a junior IT designer than now. 5 years ago, women were more demanded and their motivation was bigger. Now the motivation is smaller because the number of junior IT designer is bigger, and therefore to find new ones, we can help the companies and we can introduce them to technology communities. We can help them making their brand in those communities. Updating, sure, that's clear. Mission must be updated, of course. But is it possible that it will sort of get in the background if a given industry sort of vanishes or ceases to be important? Is there a tradition to change a company into something completely different, or is there rather a trend that we say, okay, we sort of fail as an NGO, so we will just change the name? Basically, NGOs target at fulfilling their objective, and therefore, if they do, they can disappear. Usually, NGOs last for some given number of years, and if they do not solve the problem, if they do not focus on the problem persists. But if there is a current problem and the NGO helps with solution of the problem, well, then it can disappear because the mission was fulfilled. Mission accomplished. So thank you very much. We are again in slight delay, so no. time for further questions. Now we are in the last block of our conference, which is a closing of it. Our topic was journey from idea to successful entrepreneurship. We will be very happy if you send us your feedback for the whole of the conference. I remind you, this is the RQ code for sending your feedback without being obliged to register. It's just an open place where you can share your feedback with us so that we may improve our further conferences. And also for those who like competing among you, or you may test our quiz and may become curious of contests. You can take your part against us or against computer. You may find also other interesting courses or challenges in terms of Czech language history, and there are many other subject matters. Before closing our conference, we would like to thank our sponsors, all speakers that enriched us with their experience today. They shared with us that it is not so easy as to say, I will be a big business person, I will get a lot of money as investment and it will work perfectly well.
Yeah, I really liked it because it shows very nicely that I like driving a car, or I don't really know what to do when I finish studies, or maybe I just want to work 3 hours a day like Peter Mara. So no matter what my motivation is, I can try to develop my business, boost it up, but we've also seen the Death Valley or a fast-growing business. So all this is something that's hard to share in the university landscape. So it's a lesson given by life, and it's always useful to listen to people who've been through all these situations, different companies, different things that can happen. So to me, a great day for me too. And let me wrap up by saying that I don't really have a feeling that I need to go and build my own company because it's so great and it'll get me to great places and great people. You really need to think twice, and I do hope that it was a day of great tips, information, and advice that you can use during your business making. I hope that our viewers are now informed optimists. I thank you for giving me a hand with presenting this event. I thank David, and thank you for following us today and in the future. Bye.